And they all have kids now, and they come in from Denver and Detroit, Chicago, whatever. But the end of it was we had to leave early because my wife's cousin was getting married in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And so this is a whole...
What day?
Sunday?
My sister went to a wedding in Grand Rapids, Michigan this weekend. Maybe you were at the same wedding.
So anyway, I'm at my wife's cousin's wedding, and there's one of her cousins who lives in Kalamazoo with his fiance, where I lived there many, many years ago. But I know he's a fan of the show, too, so he invariably will chat me up, and he's kind of talking to his fiance, who's a lovely girl. They're both in their mid-20s, but she doesn't know what's going on. And he cannot remember Cody's name. And he goes, the guy in the... And he looks at his fiance, he looks at me, he goes, is it Punch Juice?
Punch Juice.
And I said, you couldn't be further away, but now I'm going to start calling him Punch Juice. At least out there in the pit. Or when I pass Poundcake somewhere, I'm going to go, yo, Punch Juice!
I think now that I'm almost 30, I'm a couple days away from my 30th birthday.
He's going to be 30 in
Thursday.
48 hours.
I think it's time for a, branding change. I think it's time for a rebrand.
What? Oh, you want to shoot yourself in the foot? Is what you're saying?
Maybe I should just go by helpful, which would be.
There you go, helpful. Yep, there's helpful back there.
Helpful Brown.
Yep. Took him 5 years to do something with Poundcake. Now he wants to chuck it all and see what happens. And yeah, okay. Helpful Punch Juice Brown is back there. I'm gonna call you Downtown Cody Brown. See what we can do with that.
Call me whatever you like.
I will, Poundcake. But Punch Juice was how you showed up at the. And that, of course, didn't illuminate the situation for anybody in that conversation. But I'm almost positive that Mary's sister and I were not at the same wedding.
You don't know.
Because we don't know any of the same people. Was it a family member?
No, it was one of her high school best friends.
I can guarantee you with 100% assurance, I don't know any of your sister's high school friends.
Was the person getting married named Caleb?
Oh! The bride was.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Caleb, Joseph, Ann.
How did they not?
That's exciting.
How did her sister not recognize you?
No, I think her wedding was on Saturday.
I'm joking, Poundcake. We were not at the same. You think the bride's name was Caleb?
I know some girls named Ryan.
Different. Nevertheless.
Caleb and Ryan.
We were not at the same wedding.
Some men named Sue.
But there's a lot more going on in and I know we have bureau chiefs there, and hello to you. There's a lot more going on in Grand Rapids, Michigan than there was when I lived in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Grand Rapids was basically a little bit of a bigger cow town back then, but they've done some things to it. Anyway, who cares? You want to join us telephonically? I think everything's working today. That couldn't have been said this morning, but I think everything's working. See, now we're flying by the seat of our pants because we've had this on-site engineering team who came in, and they've been living in hotels for months putting these studios together. They finally went home to wherever they're from. Some of them are from Nashville, some from Minnesota. They've all gone back whence they came for Labor Day. And so now, whatever happens, we're at the mercy of, I don't know what we're at the mercy of.
We
if
just
something happens.
Take a picture of that QR code over there.
There you go. We
say,
figured
help
it out
us.
ourselves. That's right. We're all deputized as engineers now, and we'll figure it out. But if you'd like to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can, I'll see your texts as they come through, 35192. So thank you
Something
for those.
is up with our phones. I just want to say it's not me.
So they're not working.
Sure, it's not you.
It's not me. They keep switching over to TAM for whatever reason. So
Okay, I have them on MMS in here.
in here, but I can't screen them. I have to keep changing it to WMMS for whatever reason.
Okay, well, keep doing that.
I will, but
Yeah.
it just pops over periodically, and I don't know why.
Does that mean that our callers would get put through onto TAM?
I don't know if we would get callers. I think I would be getting TAM's callers.
We would, yes, if we weren't
That
paying.
could be fun, too.
Yeah,
It's
there
gonna
you
be
go.
Dick from Dayton either way.
Either way.
Just put him through.
That's right. Yay, Mary! Yeah, that's.
Because there's been a couple times where we've gotten like Kiss FM callers, and they're like, "I'm calling for the contest." I'm like, "Oh, okay, you want some, whatever tickets we're giving away."
Mudvayne.
And you're like, "Oh, never mind." I'm like,
Hey,
"Wait."
listen, back in the old spot, I used to love doing Tumbleweed Dan because we'd get all those. We had a huge burst of wrong numbers from around the country. I don't know if they were doing phone line. I don't know what it was, but it was probably a couple of years ago with the old studios. And we had like a couple of weeks solid of constant wrong numbers. People who thought they were calling a radio station to win something, but it wasn't us, and it wasn't Cleveland. We were getting callers from Florida and, all over the place. So that was fun. But, it'd probably be Dick from Dayton. By the way, I would have thought coming down here to make our new home down here on Euclid Avenue, I'd hoped that any protests in front of our window would have been in response to us moving here. But there's a picket line all morning long protesting. The IUOE guys are out there protesting Cleveland Construction, I guess, which is erecting a massive high-rise on the other side of our studio wall. I don't think there's anyone there today. There's probably a holiday weekend. The site looks pretty...
They take off.
Tired. But did you go out there? There were protesters. They got everything. They got they don't do sandwich boards anymore. They got the cardboard. It's probably more cost effective. They got that huge inflatable rat. They get a generator and the inflatable rat every time somebody's protesting like union, non-union gigs or whatever it is. I don't know what they're protesting. I just saw them walking back and forth the window this morning. When I went to go stretch my legs earlier, they had the huge inflatable rat, which is awesome. See, back in the day, I would have thought that was like for an album release party.
They should throw up
for the band Rat.
Inflatable buzzard with the football.
Yes.
Throw that up there in support.
There you go. In solidarity.
Yeah.
I don't know what their protest. I think it's probably like a non-union site, or I don't know what the hell they're doing. Certainly not looking to get in the middle of that. But I thought that that was the last thing I expected to see this morning, because it was pouring rain this morning. And these guys are out there wearing their pieces of cardboard. Dedicated. I wish I had been here early enough to see them inflate the rat, because it's huge. It's one of people have seen these before.
I like to think they didn't have an air compressor, so they're all just taking turns like...
Yeah.
Like, I've been a smoker for 30 years. I can't do it.
Yeah. Like me at the lake on the weekend. We had 19 people in a house, 7 kids.
Nice.
And we're down at the lake. And for some reason, any pump anyone had to blow up a floaty or an inflatable or something never worked. So there's AC on the end of the deck. Give myself a migraine, blowing up my kid's floaty.
You know why they picked you, Alan?
Because I'm Captain Fun.
No.
Because I'm full of hot air.
There it is. You found it. You knew what I was getting at.
Didn't have to be hot.
Rain Palace Theater.
Hey.
September 24th.
Didn't have to be hot. I've got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192 to get us there. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send a text. Of course, you can leave us messages if you're listening on the iHeartRadio app. If you do, tell me where you do that. Guardians will play tonight. They ended a 5-game losing streak. They got swept by the Mariners here at home. Finally beat the Kansas City Royals, though, last night. 6-5 was the final there. And they'll play them again tonight, 8:10. They're in Kansas City, so that's their central time, tonight on MMS. This is the second of 3, and then they'll head up north to play the Twins, come back home, play the Angels. They got still a lot of baseball left to play in the city of Cleveland and all over these United States. The entire regular season, by the way, ends with the Guardians playing the Royals here at home, a 6-game series against Kansas City Royals, who are traditionally, at least in recent memory, have been a dynamite team. They are less so this season. They're near the bottom of the division. But again, any given Tuesday, I have to keep reminding myself today is Tuesday. Hey, how was your special, by the way? You did your special over the weekend, didn't you?
It was fantastic.
Did Mary show up, or did she avoid it like she pretended she didn't know you?
I came on Saturday.
She came
and
out
I
on
did
Saturday,
some sets.
did a couple sets. It was, it was just awesome. Oh, all right. I'm sorry, I'm trying to fix Poundcake's camera, but I had to update my password, so I'll deal with that in the break. But it was awesome. There were so many people that came out, sold out early shows, Friday and Saturday, had great turnouts for the late shows, and just so many people, friends and family, and then customers coming out and being supportive was awesome. All the shows were so much fun. Right before the first show started on Friday, though.
At what time was the first show on Friday? You did
7:20.
7:20, all right.
There was a guy that passed out, like just fell out of his chair.
Awesome. I'm just kidding.
Poundcake, go back to FaceTime again for this one.
Okay.
But it was wild because this guy just like falls out of his chair, and he was sitting where
before the show's even started.
Before the show's, like, this is 10 minutes before the show was about to start, and he passes out, and it was where my girlfriend's dad was sitting. So I thought that he might have been the one that passed out, and that was kind of scary. And then I got over there, it wasn't him. But if you're the guy that passed out before my show on Friday and you're listening right now, let me know if you're okay. And we'll, I hope you are.
Mm-hmm. Did your girlfriend entreat her parents to come to the show, or were they happy to come? Or
yeah, well, she just invited them. Her mom didn't make it, but
had they seen you perform before?
No, this was the first time.
So this was going to be kind of a litmus test.
Yeah. Poundcake, I'm going to call you. Don't. Oh, so yeah, it was awesome. Like Pete at the Funny Stop was great. Everything was just. Mary was there. You saw it.
He served his world famous hummus.
Yes.
How did he spell your name on the marquee? Is all I want to know.
He spelled it right, I believe.
Bill Squire.
Did he use?
I didn't even actually go out there and look at it.
Did he use any sevens for one of the L's in Bill? Upside down sevens.
I didn't even think to go out and look at it.
Oh, okay. Because Mary's a big one for like making sure her name's okay on the marquee.
Yeah.
You'll go out. It's quality control.
And I usually take a picture with me with the marquee. That's one of my favorite things to do. It's one of those, name in lights. I feel like it never gets old when you see your name on a marquee.
I just never think about it.
It's my favorite thing to see my name up there like, hey.
But you also want to make sure that it looks correct.
Right.
That it's right. You know it's your name.
Yeah.
You want everybody else to know.
It's not Mary Santora.
Mary Santora.
I did meet Mary Santorum.
Oh, she came?
Yeah, she came to
She do a set?
Yeah. No, did not, because she wasn't with her comedic troupe, the Bombers.
Uh-huh.
And that was very nice to take a picture with them.
It's good to be Bill Squire. It always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
She said you would recognize her by her unusually large Adam's apple.
Yes.
Yeah.
And mustache, right?
Yeah.
And mustache.
And
right.
Both were true.
Nice.
When you grab it, you'll feel how firm it is.
yeah, I mean, it was just a great weekend, and just thank you to everybody that came out. A lot of questions about when it will be released, how it's going to be released. It is going to be released on my YouTube channel, just Bill Squire. If you search that on YouTube, you'll find that channel. And it's going to be, I would think, in November. We're shooting for a November release.
And it's called Pure BS.
Pure BS.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
That
for
is good.
That's a good name.
Because what were you going to call it?
Alpha Fail.
I mean, that's
Which
good too.
That ties
Pretty
into
good.
one of the bits.
And you can also still use that. I mean, I'm sure at some point you'll do another special, unless this was it. Unless you want to announce
goodbye
here
special.
and today.
Yeah, this is
Specials are all done.
This is it for 2022 for sure. I'm not going to do any more specials.
You sure?
for this
2022.
year. Yeah.
None.
You
This
had
is
like a 13-month turnaround.
Yeah.
on the last
this is your Q4 special.
But the last two that like Bam Bam and Pure BS are both like a conglomeration of stuff. Like there's newer stuff in there, but there's a lot of stuff that I had been working on for years, and I kind of updated it and made it into a thing. So whatever I do next is going to be a lot of from scratch
Brand
type
new.
of stuff.
Mhm.
So, and I already got that like Sunday when I woke up. I'm like, oh, I got 5 ideas for jokes, like right off the rip. All garbage, but
Every single one.
But
But you still have
at
to write
least
them down.
I wrote them down and start working on the new stuff now. But I'm just really overwhelmed with gratefulness for everybody that came out and watched the shows, and the crowds were just awesome too. They were just on it. They were laughing. They weren't disruptive. It was just a great weekend.
Do you move any merch at those?
Oh yeah, lots of merch. Marty did great. Martin Malloy came out and
Martin Malloy was
He
on this show
crushed it,
last
yeah.
week, and he was
I was listening.
That guy's a piece of work.
Yeah, it was great.
I hadn't talked to him in a long
cracking
time.
Up. I was driving down to Columbus during that segment, and I was losing my mind because I know Marty. I've known him for 10 years, So I was like, oh man, that's great.
But I bet he's no different in person than
Yeah, no,
on
he is
the
exactly what
same
you're gonna
guy.
get, no
Right.
matter what time of day you talk to him, no matter what the subject matter is,
Yep.
on stage, off stage, exactly that person.
hmm
He was the first person who showed up at my dad's memorial.
He had nothing else to do.
well,
Well, it was just
He was
so funny.
walking around doing nothing.
It
very
actually,
punctual to almost to a fault.
that's
because
okay.
He gets there an hour early.
Honestly, what it was that like Marty and I have never been like super, super close. We've been friendly. We've been, comics. We've joked around and hung out over the years. But like, I don't know why it made my heart feel so like full when I saw him. And I was like, of all the people I expected to be here ready to go, Martin Malloy was not number one on my list. So for him to be there just like, I'm really sorry about your dad. And like, he's just like hanging around. I'm like,
Sorry
okay.
about your
Did
dad.
you vote
Where's
for
the
me?
food?
Right. Is this Mary's dad's funeral?
Funeral.
It was just very sweet, in his own way for him to be there and be so supportive,
Sure.
Yeah, it was great.
Well, it is nice. My brother came out to one of the shows. I haven't seen him. He hasn't come to see me do stand-up in a while. I mean, mostly because of the pandemic and stuff like that. And his wife was with him. And
This is an in-town brother?
yeah, this is my last in-town sibling. Everybody else is gone. So he was and then like Grandma came out, and there was just a lot.
Oh,
of
Grandma
people.
came out.
Yeah, Grandma came out with.
Had you seen her in
Billy
a while?
Cooper. I see her every week. Couple
Every
times a
week.
We
You
live in
have
the same
you have a
building.
standing appointment?
Yeah.
But you're different floors.
Yeah.
So unless you go up, you're not going to see her.
Well, we run into each other.
You do.
But then
Garbage
also,
room, laundry room.
we have a standing appointment we have dinner pretty much every week.
Mhm.
So it was great. And I was very thankful that Mary made it out. Like
It was dodgy.
I know. And like
fought
you
a-
said you weren't going to, and then I was like, oh man, like I understood it. I completely understood.
We had went to the air show all day.
Went.
We had been
I've
gone
been hanging out with
Somebody else
Poundcake.
We had been gone
Poundcake.
to the air show.
Punch juice. What are you doing to her?
What I'm supposed to do? I'm corrupting her.
We had gone to the air show. We had been at, what do you want me to say? We had been to.
Just proper English grammar is all I'm looking for.
We were at the air show all
There
day.
you go. At the air show all day.
And it was 86 degrees with 100% humidity. And my boyfriend and his daughter loved it. They were having a great time, but the day will wear on you. Even if it's your favorite thing to do is go watch airplanes, after 5 hours sitting in that heat, nobody's happy.
I don't understand anybody other than military
Alan,
and children who enjoy that.
No, man,
I-
it's cool.
Dude,
It is cool.
remember?
Bill can sit in his, not everybody is breathing their rarefied air, but he can sit in his apartment and watch those things go.
Right.
I was walking to go get something to eat today, and it must have been jets still going over the lakefront or something, because it was this roaring noise, but it didn't have that Doppler effect. It didn't sound like it was getting close real quick and then gone real quick. It sounded like a noise I'm used to when I go home is L trains going by,
Yeah.
but they don't have those here. I was like, what is it? And a handful of people, we're at an intersection waiting through a red light and going, what is that roaring noise? I assumed it was jets going by, but I don't know what the hell it was.
Well, so we spent all day there. We packed a cooler.
What
We
is
had
all
lunch.
day? Tell me.
We got there at like 12:30 or 1.
Yeah.
And we left when it ended at 4:30.
Oh, okay.
So 4.5 hours,
Okay.
but still just sitting outside in heat for
With
that
a
long.
6-year. That's a long time.
It's a long time. And by the time we got home and we had walked like a mile to the car and everybody was hot. Everybody was aggravated. It was 6 o'clock by the time we got home. And I text Bill and I was like, I don't think it's going to happen.
Where do you sit and watch this? At Burke?
So it takes place at Burke, but my boyfriend's family tradition, I guess they've gone every year since he was like 5 or 6.
Okay.
They don't go in. They close off the marginal ramp, South Marginal Road onto 90. They close off
Okay.
the ramp and you just sit on the ramp.
Okay.
So instead of paying $25 a person, you just sit on a closed highway ramp
Gotcha.
and watch
Okay.
anyway. I mean, it's the same thing. But so we were all tired, aggravated, hot. Nobody had eaten since sandwiches at like 2 p.m.
Right.
And so I hit up Bill and
A
I
lot
was
of
like,
this over and
over and
over and
over
over and over
and
again.
my boyfriend's daughter had on the safety headphones
Yes.
that
Yep.
little kids wear, but she couldn't hear herself talk. So she was screaming the whole Dad! Dad! And we're like, dude, we can hear you.
You can't blame her. I
Right.
mean, you got to protect her ears, but
So by the time everyone got home and showered and together and like finally we had to go find food and everything, I was like, Bill, I don't think I'm gonna make it. And then I didn't eat. I grabbed a cheese stick and my boyfriend's like, go down there, I'll take care of dinner. So by the time I got down there, it was like right as the first show was starting. I really didn't think I was gonna make it. And when I told my boyfriend's daughter that I wasn't gonna go to dinner with them, it was like full-blown meltdown because she was tired from being in the sun all day and she just wanted to see me and I never get to see. I was like, now I feel guilty. So I text him and I was like, you better be funny because I'm leaving. Like, I'm so
And I
frustrated.
was.
You killed it, dude. You did so great.
Awesome. Also, remember Tom, who had the very bad week, and I offered him tickets and said I was going to take care of his tab. He came out. He was front row. And he definitely took me up on the tab.
you upgraded him like Mary got upgraded on the first class.
Yes. I got in the front row, and yeah, he.
What was his tab? What did he cost you?
$75.
That's not bad.
That's not terrible, but
Yeah.
like I told
I
Mary,
thought it was kind of a lot.
Mary's like,
He was paying it and I was like, that guy.
Same with a guest, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, but they came out for free and then they like run up a
2-drink minimum,
$75
right?
tab.
So
I
you
mean,
got to buy 4 drinks. You're going to buy 2 more. That's 6. They're probably $10 a pop.
Yeah,
You're going to get hummus. Yeah, drinks aren't cheap.
all right.
That's all right.
That's how they make their money.
Yeah,
I was
it's
happy
fine.
to pay it because it was such a great weekend, and
It really was.
so many. I don't know. It just each show was awesome. Like I could take any one of those shows and cut it up and make that into the special. Like it was that good of a weekend. So I got a lot of footage to comb through and edit, but overall, I'm just feeling very grateful and excited to put this thing out and bother you guys to watch it, which is the most important part. Is when it comes out, you don't have to buy anything. All you got to do is watch it.
Right.
Just watch it all the way through. Send it to 5 people. Get them to watch it.
Do you here? Can I give them? Not that they don't want to watch it all the way
Right.
through. You just gotta let it play. You could mute it and just let it play the whole way through. You know what I mean? Just while you're doing
All the
stuff.
streaming tricks.
For real, just,
all the tricks.
Even if you've already heard it and you're just cleaning your house, just put it on your laptop, hit play, mute it, and go about your day. You know, that helps.
It does help.
But you
Gets it
want
in
to
the
hear it.
algorithm.
It's very
Yes,
good.
It's very good. I'm very proud of it.
But this is
Very funny stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say you want to watch it and hear it.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you could do that for the second or third go around. Just let it play through.
I mean, you could put on your headphones and walk around and do what you're doing, and it could be on your laptop across the room. You wouldn't have to sit there and watch. You could listen to it. Like, let's say you're cleaning, right? You could be listening to it through your headphones, and your laptop could be across the room.
That's if you have Bluetooth
You don't have-
headphones.
Do people still have wired headphones?
Mine are plugged into my laptop right now.
Okay, well,
There's people
I
that
mean,
are like, when
I-
is this DVD coming out?
Right.
So you got to
Understood.
Keep
No,
in
I get
mind.
it. They're dirt cheap now,
Yeah.
so I assume most people have. No, I have a couple of those because my laptop still has the 1/4-inch thing in it or whatever. But listen, I don't want to bring the room down too much, but I was positively crestfallen to see that Cedar Point announced they're shutting down the Top Thrill dragster for good. They shut it down this entire season because I guess there was a I don't know, a bolt. That for some reason I think that this thing like has barely been around, but it's been there like 20 years. For some reason
20.
I was 19 is what this says.
Oh, really?
It came out in 2003.
Wow.
Okay, yeah. So for some reason I was thinking that it was that I got here before the Top Thrill Dragster did too. Clearly that's not the case. But they said that it's closing permanently. Now it was, and you can fight me on this, the best ride at Cedar Point.
No,
Again, you're free to fight me on this.
I will.
After 19 seasons in operation with 18 million riders, the number they probably made up, Top Thrill Dragster is being retired, they said. So they got to put something in its place.
I just think I think the reason why they're
The
getting rid of
bottom
it,
thrill dragster.
Hey.
I think people got tired
It
of
never goes up. It goes in a circle really, really fast.
Oh, God.
Do you like centrifugal force? Do you like it on a flat plane?
I think people got tired of waiting 2 to 3 hours for a less than 30-second ride, and I think that's why they're getting rid of it.
Maybe.
I think it was just one of those rides that was so hard to maintain
Yes, because
that they're just like, we've already had someone get hurt really bad from this. We can never keep it open for a full day. It's time to just move on.
people getting
I
hurt.
It was
wonder
a
what-
toxic relationship.
I wonder why that was, because nobody had any problems. Those lines were always full. People had no problem
That's
waiting in
what I'm
line for that
saying.
until that woman got hit. A woman standing in line 2 summers ago was injured by a flying part that came off one of the trains.
But that makes it, again, a ride that people want to go on because they're like, give me that Bolt money.
Did she get Bolt money from
I'm sure she got
Cedar
Bolt money.
Fair?
Yeah.
I guess so, right? If you get hurt, that probably is your quickest way to uncontested money, is getting hurt at an amusement park.
It's like,
Or
don't
Because
ruin
anywhere.
it
all,
for everybody
all,
else.
but all the other things, obviously they'll ask you a battery of questions like, if you slip and fall somewhere, you figure a lot of, they're called slip and falls. I mean, they're so common, people use them as a scam. If you go to a grocery store and you slip, they go, well, there was a sign right there. And you go, well, I didn't see it. But at a theme park where everything is stationary but you, and everything is supposed to be, everything's moving very fast, supposed to be in working order, and there are periods throughout the day where you are standing essentially still. You're moving feet at a time. But if you're standing essentially still in a line and you get hurt from something, I'm sure that they try to find a way to not pay people, but it seems like that'd be a real hard case to be like, well, ma'am, what were you, when the bolt came off the ride,
Did
what
you
were you,
duck?
what
were
were
you
you
wearing?
doing? Yeah.
What's bigger news, like the dragster closing down or the fact that Mariah Carey was there yesterday?
I think the dragster.
I mean, for me, I think it's the Top Thrill Dragster. I couldn't figure out why. Mariah Carey was there with Nick Cannon's, I was going to say Nick Cannon's kids.
They're her
Two of his
kids.
brood, her children with Nick Cannon, right. You can make that distinction.
I would-
She was there with Moroccan and
Monroe. I would like
there at Cedar Point over the weekend.
I would like to think that if I saw her, I would play it cool. But there ain't no way that I would just be coming back from the ride and the dude's like, "Welcome back, riders. How was your ride?" I'm like, "Holy crap, that's Mariah Carey! Let me out of this!" So I can run out and take a picture or something.
Well, I like how the article in the Plain Dealer says, stars, they're just like us. Guarantee she wasn't waiting in no 2-hour line.
Absolutely not.
And then, but part of her caption was, had a great time at Cedar Point. Never again in heels, though. Why would you wear heels to an amusement park other than being Mariah Carey?
Oh, did you guys see the video of the ride that broke down in India?
Yeah.
yes,
that-
I did.
That thing
is-
that's supposed to drop and then
Yeah.
stop, like the demon drop type thing, except
all
it
the
just
way down.
fell all the way down. Yeah.
And like when it hits, like people just go flying out of it.
Sure.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Unbelievably, I don't think anybody got really hurt on that. Like
no,
there were
they
some
got
injured
hurt,
people.
but
that-
no one died, and no
Right.
one was like.
these days,
in
that's what you got to
critical
hope for, I
condition.
I
guess.
feel like I would have PTSD from that. I don't think I would ever trust another machine like that again. I would be.
I
afraid
won't go on those. It's like the
little
videos.
fair coasters.
The demon drop things. The video they show of people, because the camera's right there in your face, because people want the video of them on the bungee ride, where they're like, yeah, let's do it. And then they go up there and they immediately hate their life. They're passing out intermittently because of the G's they're taking. I don't see any. I know people love it. I'm like, I will not get on one of those
I did one of
bungee
those.
rides.
I did one of the big swings back in the day. This is probably when I was 12 or 13 years old.
Like a bungee swing?
It
or
wasn't a
just
bungee swing. They just bring you all the way back, and and then you just swing. And it was like
Yeah.
me and my 2
Were you
brothers.
laying on your belly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was very fun. But the bungee one where they just kind of like shoot you up and spring.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
Make
it's
you
a
no
throw up.
interest.
I did that in South Carolina.
The bungee one.
Nobody looks like they're having fun on those things. Like some people try to fake it and they go, "Oh, this is great." But like your face is back like Katie Hellman in Brazil, and
I
you're
do
like,
like
what
when the
hell?
women go on there with like a tank top and you're waiting for a pop out.
You're
That sounds
such
fun.
a creep.
What?
He's a guy. He likes boobs.
Oh, I see boobies.
Well,
Let your
yes.
boobies
Yeah, but an
go
accidental
out.
boob's like the best kind. Like there's something awesome about it.
Mr. Boob, that's me.
Just like-
B-double-O-B, Boob.
When the guys take the girls in a rally car and they're wearing a tank top and they're just like drifting around corners and you're just waiting to see a little slip, a little pop out.
What's the matter with that, Mary?
There's nothing wrong with it.
That's what
You
he
like
wants to
boobs,
see.
whatever.
Yes, he likes boobs. You do too. If you didn't have them, you'd feel differently about yourself.
Dude, this last period had my boobs so heavy.
Yeah.
Brian, that's what I was doing. I was walking around the house with my hands cupped under my boobs, like feeling them. And he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Dude, they're so heavy." He's like, "They do look a little bigger." I'm like, "I don't know what's going on." But this last round of PMS, like, swole them up. They went back down, but
Poundcake
it
said
was
if I lose
wild.
weight, and he'll give me $200.
That's exactly what I was like. God, this is crazy. I'm
Oh,
just
my
like,
goodness.
cupping them, walking around.
Did he walk over to help?
He did.
Of course he
It's like,
did.
you know what, they do feel.
Because he likes boobs too. Honey, I'm going to need
Boobs are great.
to confirm or deny your assessment. I'm going to break here. If you want to text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You want to watch, and you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On
coming to Cleveland on Saturday, December 17th. Somebody passed me, by the way, an old episode of Cops that they shot in Pittsburgh. Thank you so much for that, because it had some amazing old Pittsburghese in it from the early 90s. 30-year-old episode of Cops.
Hey, Mary Lou's on her way down, okay? I wouldn't lie to you.
Charles, come on down, please. Come talk to me. Charles, I can't hear you. Charles, come on, Don. Mom loves you. I'm done.
I love it.
No, we ain't, Charles. Take my word for it. No one will touch you.
Touch you. They'll just take you to get help.
Once he got down off the bridge,
That's the
he
cop.
told me he don't remember climbing up onto the bridge. They'd prefer to climb down themselves.
You know.
And I hope next time I see him, he'll be the way he used to be, happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, that's the cop. I love that.
Happy-go-lucky.
Freeze! Get that off of there. So, anywho's.
We've been watching a lot of Cops lately. Like Reels TV or something like that.
RWLZ. LZ,
LZ,
rather.
yeah.
LS.
Reels, yes.
They've got that
Yeah.
and On Patrol Live. I don't think they're allowed to call it Cops anymore, but it's the same
Oh, right.
thing.
Well, they made a big deal during the whole, I'm awful. Well, pick
Civil unrest.
a black person who was killed by a cop.
George
and they,
Floyd?
Yeah, when
I mean,
all
there was
that's-
a new one last week, right?
when all that stuff is going on, cops made a big deal about being pulled off the air or whatever. But no, that show still makes money, so there's no way that was going to happen. But I think they've rebranded it On Patrol. Except On Patrol Live is a live show. It's not taped live. I thought it was live. Maybe not, because I don't know how you could have a cop show that was truly live. But they're like, the On Patrol,
I
the
think
men
they
and women of law
I
enforcement.
think they play it off as live because they jump back and forth between different precincts. Like, and now we're going to, and that was, because there was a different one too. There was
Dude.
On Patrol, but then there was another one that was on Hulu.
Well,
And I can't remember what that one was
we were
called.
watching Cops, the original run, and they're from like the 90s, and it's so. And I was like, my boyfriend said something about like 2005, and I was like, no, they stopped making this show in the 90s. It went from 1989 to 2013. They were making new episodes of Cops. I thought it ended like late 90s. I thought that was on like a
Still on.
10-year run.
Nope.
No, they did it for
It's the
25
longest
seasons.
running reality. It predates the real world.
That's
It's the longest
crazy.
running reality television show.
So wild.
There was an episode of My Name is Earl. They did a few episodes, but the first one, it was them on cops.
Yeah.
And anytime that rerun would come on, everybody at the bar would buy them free drinks and they'd all watch it together. Like, hey, it's our cops episode. It's so funny.
On Patrol Live replaced Live PD.
That's the
Ah.
one. Live
Okay.
PD. Yeah.
10,000 watts of holy light is a line from a Michael Stanley song. Okay, well, there you go. So, as much as you want to think that, Pittsburgh singers, and by the way, devotion accuracy, Joe Grishecki is Pittsburgh's Michael Stanley. They're all their region's Bruce Springsteen, but Donnie Iris was he was playing that funky music white boy back in the day. But there you go. If it's a charity thing, that's good too. 10,000 watts of holy light. And as a songwriter, and of course Michael Stanley's passed, and I can't ask him, but I wonder how you arrive. It had to be
the
just
Ouija board.
all right. Had to just be for the meter of the song. Otherwise, how do you land at 10,000 watts? It just had to be to make the line fit or work, I would imagine. You can call and leave us messages anytime you like on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. That is still operational for you. It is 216-986-8903.
Good evening, Alan, Cody, Bill, Mary. This is Sue from Bay Village. And I was listening today and listening to Aussie Claire complain about the noise, but I think what she'd really enjoy is some lasers. Pew, 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 pew. Hate the show. Have a great
What?
day. Bye.
Ozzy Claire called the show last week because
I must have been out.
it was completely
Yeah,
random.
yeah.
Mary wasn't here. Ozzy Claire called because we were talking about someone in this building had already complained.
And it
about
happened
this
to be an Australian person.
Australian woman.
Mhm.
And you have to remember, she comes from a country that is 75% uninhabited, right? Most
Very
places you
quiet.
go, very quiet.
And she
You'll
moved to
hear
a city that is the same.
Anywhere you go, you can hear the call of the wildebeests or whatever they've got. You can hear them out there.
Snakes and stuff. Right?
Snakes and things. Yes, I don't know what her
Who loves
connection to.
lasers? Lots of lasers. Right. Pew 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 pew.
The great Wavy Davy B. I don't know what her connection to that is, but right.
So an Australian lady's mad at us?
An Australian lady called the show, and she called herself Aussie Claire. Now
which is weird because
is kinda
usually
weird.
if someone's from Australia, they just call themselves by their name.
Right.
They don't like. We've had Will, what's his name?
Anderson.
Will Anderson in, and he's not like, oh, I'm Aussie Will.
Yeah, that is weird that she's like that.
But she was calling herself that, I think, to maybe make us feel more comfortable because
that was nice of her.
We're just dumb Yanks.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. So she called in and complained, or I don't know. Oh, she left a message actually, and it cut out right as she was engaging in some expletives, which I appreciate because that saved me the time of having to dump it or chop it out or anything like that. And if it had been a call that Poundcake had screened, that would have been different. But she left us a message.
Where?
On the iHeartRadio app. There's a little now again, she lives upstairs.
That's what I was just going to say.
She lives upstairs. Otherwise, she couldn't get to us from her home country.
Interesting that she lives upstairs, hates the noise of the show, and then was listening to it on the app.
Well, Mary, you'll notice there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people who, and there are also a sizable portion of people who listen to this show. I don't care why you listen, as long as you listen. I don't care. I don't understand the concept of hate watching or listening, just not my vibe. But if that's yours, I was reading an article on this the other day because I was genuinely interested. They're like, why do people hate watch shows?
I hate follow people.
Listen. Hate follow.
Actually,
there's too much hate already. I don't get it. But if you hate listen to me on this program, I don't care. That's good. That's all I care about is if you're listening. That's my job.
We just basically hate watched an entire Netflix series. The Devil in Ohio. I don't know if anybody's watched it.
I heard about it. I don't. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, it's about a girl who's like in a cult, and then
this is a documentary.
No, it's a short
series,
like a
right?
yeah, it's a short eight episode series for Netflix. And
Devil in Ohio, and you watched it because it had the word Ohio in it?
Well, my boyfriend's into that kind of culty, like horror genre stuff. So we watched like 3 episodes, and they're each an hour long, 45 minutes long, and we couldn't tell if we liked it. So then we just watched the other 5 over the course of the weekend. And at the end of it, we're like, oh, yeah, we hated that. Like, that was super terrible.
Huh.
But it was one of those.
This article says that there's a big twist at the end.
Yeah, it's the last
They were
30
in
seconds.
Indiana the whole time.
It's the last 30 seconds of the show
Oh,
after
I
watching
see.
8 hours of it.
Right.
And then it ends. Then it's the end of it. They have this huge twist, and
Because
then
they're shooting for season 2.
it doesn't explain anything. I'm like, well, this is stupid.
Devil in I hadn't even heard of this. We were watching a great show on Peacock called The Resort.
I've heard so much about that.
Very entertaining. Yeah, very entertaining.
That's not the M. Night Shyamalan terrible movie.
No, that is
Old.
That's old.
Oh, I didn't
watched
see
that.
Old.
It's a cool concept, but a really, really bad movie.
Yeah,
Do you want me to spoil it for you?
No, I don't, because I might still watch it. But I have got. He's got another movie coming out called Knock at the Cabin. There's a book called Cabin at the End of the World that was very interesting, and he's making a movie called Knock at the Cabin that I think is going to be out before the end of the year. That's going to be his next movie.
I learned a weird thing about him this weekend.
About M. Night
Did he come to your shows?
No.
Wild thing to say.
Just because I.
Were you
didn't know this.
Googling him and something popped up?
Just like one of those things where it's like I was today years old kind of meme that gets shared around. He wrote a 90s teen drama or like comedy drama. She's All That.
He wrote that?
He wrote that. Now, I did not even fact check this. I just saw it and go, well, that's crazy. But
what is his twist in that?
She's actually a boy.
When she took her glasses off, she was hot.
Oh, wait. I'm thinking of She's the Man, the Amanda Bynes one.
Yeah.
She's All That was written by someone named R. Lee Fleming Jr. Now, could that have been a pen name?
It says, when you search She's All That writer, it says R. Lee Fleming Jr. and M. Night Shyamalan.
Really? Oh. All right, well, there you go. Shyamalan claimed that rather than simply polishing his original script, he actually ghost wrote the film. This was disputed by somebody who claimed to be Fleming. Okay. M. Night Shyamalan stated. So he said he punched it up. Because he also worked on Stuart Little. M. Night Shyamalan,
Yeah.
I remember that, but okay. Well, there you go.
It just was kind of a funny one.
But there's no twist at the end of that movie, right?
The twist is that Freddie Prinze Jr.
Oh.
Leaves Hollywood to become a writer for the WWE.
I see.
That's the twist.
Is it really? I haven't seen that movie in a very
not
long
really,
time.
but like that's
Isn't
like
she's
his
all that
career,
isn't it just a Gen X?
It was like the first.
It's just My Fair Lady, isn't it? I mean,
it's Pygmalion.
that's My Fair Lady. Pygmalion was the play, and My Fair Lady was the movie, I think. But isn't it that Pygmalion, My Fair Lady?
I've never seen it. Audrey Hepburn?
Yes.
Catherine Hepburn.
Just you wait.
Audrey
Henry
Hepburn.
Higgins.
Yeah,
just
Henry
you wait.
Higgins. That's right.
I remember I made a card because we had watched that movie and read the play when I was in 6th grade, and it was also around the time that I had learned about like sperm going into eggs.
Mm-hmm.
So I still have this card, but I made a card for my mom for Mother's Day and said, thanks for this, and I drew an egg with a sperm going into it. And then for whatever reason, I just wrote, just you wait, Henry Higgins, just you wait.
In the card.
How old were you?
That's probably 6th grade.
6th grade.
5th or 6th grade.
Yeah.
Super sperm.
Just you wait, Henry Higgins, with a hand-drawn spermatozoa.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And the egg. Was it
Weirdo.
going towards the egg, or had it penetrated the
it-
egg?
it was-
fertilized the egg.
Just the
it
tail.
was just getting in, like the tail was still wiggling its way in.
Yeah.
So I'll
now,
see if I can find it.
was your mom angry because that's not how babies are made? They're divinely inspired? Or
No,
is that-
she
oh,
thought it
okay.
was funny.
Yeah, okay.
She saved it for all those years. She thought it was funny.
Look at the card Billy made me when he was in the. Yeah, I never saw She's All That, but I did see My Fair Lady, and I assumed it was that.
Yeah.
Because every few years they do that for like whatever the generation is. They don't go to plays, they don't read, so they go, oh, well, let's just remake My Fair Lady.
I mean,
You put her in glasses and give her a ponytail. She's a nerd. You take off the ponytail, get the gorilla glasses. She's hot.
like around the same time that movie came out. 10 Things I Hate About You.
That was my
also
movie.
came out, and that's a much funnier movie.
I love that
That's
movie.
a great movie. And that
Whatever
was
happened to
Taming
Rachel?
of the Shrew.
Whatever. There you go. That's right.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Rachel Lee Cook? Because she was.
Which one's she?
She was in She's All That.
She's All That.
Oh.
She was the female lead. Because she was, I think, really underrated even when she was a big deal back then. She was dynamite.
I think she went on to do a bunch of Hallmark and that type of Hallmark
okay.
and Lifetime Channel movies.
Oh, she is cute.
Yeah.
Well, my
she's
ex-girlfriend.
She's going to be in Spirit Halloween the movie. So, right.
my ex-girlfriend would always get compared to her, the one that said, "You effing know better."
Oh wow,
Yeah,
she
and
does
the-
look like her.
Yeah, I could
oh
see
my
that.
God!
Yeah.
Now that you said that,
Well, to the point where
wow.
like a picture, like something she went as her for Halloween one year, and Rachel Lee Cook like duetted it on TikTok or something. It's like, oh yeah, I
That's
see it.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because most people, they go, oh, people tell me I look like this. And you go, she really looks like her.
She came
That
out
is
to the
Rachel
shows
Lee
this
Cook's
weekend.
voicemail.
That was very nice of her.
She came out?
Yeah,
Rachel
with
Lee
her.
Cook did, yeah.
With Rachel Lee Cook and
With M. Night Shyamalan.
With M.
Oh,
Night
my
Shyamalan.
goodness. That's so
how-
nice.
And they sat next to my ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend.
There you go.
I introduced her as my realtor now, though. When
This
I'm
is
like,
my. You're not gonna say this is my
realtor."
ex-girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, usually people get down to that story eventually, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's a weird friendship we have.
Did you buy your condo from her?
Not from her. She was my realtor.
That's what I mean. She like worked the deal for
Yeah,
your
she
condo.
worked the deal.
Yeah,
like
right.
but it wasn't her condo.
No, understood.
She's good.
So they sat there and looked at you and watched your perform and said, he is all that.
Right when Bill took his ponytail out, yeah.
He
Once I
took his
took the
glasses
glasses
off. Glasses off, pony. What did you wear for your show? Did you
I-
have big stage gear or what did you?
There's pictures on my Instagram. I'll throw another one up, but it's a custom-made Bam Bam baseball jersey with the number 216 on it.
For Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes,
Yeah.
and also my birthday.
Right.
Yeah, so it's got a double
it all
meaning.
works out. You didn't get like a big pure BS shirt, like a satin tour jacket or something?
You know what? Because I I didn't have time. Once Mary came up with the name Pure BS, there just wasn't enough time to get that done.
Mm-hmm.
But don't worry.
I'm a genius.
Don't worry. It's coming.
Yeah, you're no dummy.
It's
you
on
figured it out.
I posted it on my Instagram story, so if you want to see it, it looked good. And I had a new pair of Nikes that I was wearing that were my friend helped me get because they're kind of hard to get. So it was a nice outfit. I think it'll look good on the taping, and it looks real good with the blue curtain that they have at the Funny Stop too.
I wore my to do my guest spots. I wore my Squire Masonry T-shirt. I showed up and I said, "Look at me supporting you, wearing your merch."
I appreciate
Although
that.
it was from when I was at my absolute fittest, so it was an extra small, and I'm a solid medium now. But I was like, "This is the only Bill Squire shirt I have." So
Is an extra small Squire Masonry.
It still looked fine though.
Yeah, but I mean, I could tell that it didn't fit like it used to. But if you've never seen me in the shirt before, as the audience had not, they probably wouldn't have thought anything of it.
Yeah, I posted both of those on my Instagram story if you want to see them.
Devil in Ohio is a bad Lifetime movie that somehow wound up on Netflix.
The main chick is the lady from Bones.
Oh, Zooey Deschanel's sister. Her name escapes me, but
Joey
she's a Deschanel.
Her, yeah.
Something Deschanel.
Yeah, she's the main character in it. And,
Is she the devil?
Chloe
No.
Deschanel?
It's about a cult. So the girl's trying to escape the devil.
Oh,
the girl in
I
the cult.
see. People are still fascinated by devil movies.
I love cult stuff.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I liked devil movies because I was hardcore Catholic, and I thought
It was
that was
rebellious.
something. No, I thought
real.
it was. We were taught it was something that could happen, and then you get older and you go, "Oh, that's absurd. That's ridiculous." But yeah, people still love those kinds of movies. They like watch heads spinning around, and because those movies, when they're in the theaters, never do well ever, but people still go see them.
Well, here's my thing. I don't necessarily love like the possession devil movies, although those are the ones that scare me the most. Cults really interest me because I'm a bit of a gullible person.
No, but cults are real. You
Well,
mean the
here's my
psychology
thing.
behind
the
cults?
psychology behind cults, because I
Right.
do feel like that could happen to me. I really do. I'm a very.
Well, you do have MAGA siblings. You're 1
Bro,
degree separated.
Sometimes when I talk to my brother about conspiracy theories, I'm like, he's not entirely wrong. Like, there's sometimes when someone who believes it so wholeheartedly and they have what look like facts, and you look at them
What
and you're
look
like,
like facts?
well, because it is. It's so close to being right there.
They
That's
throw
why.
a lot of stuff into a
close to
pot,
being
and then
right.
they talk real fast, so it makes you think that they know something.
I'm telling you, Alan. I think that's why I like learning about cults, is because I really do feel like I am one of those people who could be swayed either way. Like if I went to a welcome to the cult meeting, I might leave with a timeshare, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I think that these days there's so much less work required to be in a cult. Back in the day, if you want to be in a cult,
Sacrifice.
you had to move across. I don't mean that far back.
Oh. I was like, you had to like cut your blood out.
Not
and-
the
Nobody wants to
13th
work
century.
anymore, even when they're joining a cult.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, Jim Jones, people had to move to an island. They thought this guy was such a big deal. They all drank Kool-Aid. They all, mass suicides, things like
Yeah.
that. That's
Well,
work. That's a commitment. People running around with flags and dopey stuff like that's nothing. You're still going to work every day. You're still watching TV at
You're
night.
an active member of the bulletin board on Facebook. That's a lot of work.
Well, also,
yeah.
you have people that developed how to run a cult and go, okay, we can do the cult thing and everyone's going to die, but then it all runs out and we die and we go to jail or something like that. If you keep it going, let people keep their jobs and keep working, then you can keep milking them for a much longer time.
Yeah.
I'm mostly fascinated by the sex cults, whether it's the Bikram yoga guy
Yeah.
or the Nexium cult.
The dude from
None of these guys are good-looking dudes. It's
No,
not
they
like
never
It's
are.
not like Chris Pine has a sex cult.
Well,
It's
that's
always
why-
these guys are like, you know what? We're all gonna find ourselves in a new existential plane of existence. You just have to sit on this 4 times a day.
But that's why they always get busted for underage stuff, because they're taking these
Yes.
girls' virginities and they don't know any
Yes.
different. So then they feel this love for them.
Of course.
Just like that one guy, the
Tiger King guy.
Sit Sweet and Obey or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Warren
God.
Jeffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had like 33 wives, and
But
all
that's
of them were married underage.
that's different. That's a religious thing, and religion can get dim people to do anything. What I'm saying is,
Well, a lot of cults are based off of religion.
well,
They
some
usually
are, but
spin off
I'm
of,
talking
like, their
about.
own.
I'm not talking. Something like that is a grown man getting 12-year-olds to do
Children.
right.
Yeah.
That's a whole different thing. I'm talking about out of the blue, a guy maybe he writes a book. I don't know. David Koresh for people who go back to David Koresh in
It's a Texas guy.
Texas,
Texas.
Waco, Texas.
But again,
right?
religious.
Religious, but also sex.
Yeah.
I mean, they're intertwined, of course.
What was the one, the girl from Smallville?
The Nexium cult.
That was Nexium?
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't that a face cream?
You got to brand yourself. You got to have sex with this guy. My wife watched that whole documentary. I didn't watch it, but I got the broad strokes, if you will, of that whole thing. Anyway, cults. Amazing. We're surrounded by them, so tread lightly.
Yeah.
I got a break.
If you want to be a cult member, if you're not living in Cleveland, just email Alan and you can be a bureau chief.
Right. Right, as long as you put my sticker somewhere. I see what you're doing. Hey, listen, if you want a couple of tickets for Bloodview Haunted House, I will have them for you after the break in Broadview Heights. They've been doing it for 40 years, and it's about that time. It's open weekends through Halloween, so a couple of passes for you when we return. If you want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio.
I guess the phones aren't working, so I'm not going to tell you to call. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app or on the After Hours line. I mean, I'll get that too, but I'm not going to give away anything until we figure out the phone situation. Poundcake's back there working feverishly on it.
I didn't even know anything was wrong. It kept clicking over, and I thought people were calling, but wasn't for our show. So, yeah.
Yeah, because one of the big, Keith Kennedy came in and said, are you getting any calls? And I said, I'm not. And he goes, okay. Well, we're not getting some of the phone. Whatever. I got enough on my plate. I don't need this. So anybody who wants to hit us up, you can do it on the app or whatever. Guardians are set to play tonight. Finally got themselves a win after 5 losses. They played the Kansas City Royals last night, beat them. They'll do it again tonight. It's the second of 3 in Kansas City. So that's an 8-10 start here on MMS. And the Cleveland Cavaliers, of course, made news over the weekend, too, in grabbing Donovan Mitchell, which is a big name. They got him from the Utah Jazz. They gave up a lot for Donovan Mitchell.
But did they?
They gave up like 2 guys, 8 draft picks, something like that. I'm like, I mean, I hope this guy comes in and does what they hope he's going to do.
He's a
Lauri
great player.
Markkanen left.
They gave up 3
Colin
guys.
Sexton left. 3 guys, like
Ochai
7 draft
Agbaji.
picks. Huh?
Ochai Agbaji.
Gesundheit. I don't know what that is.
He's a rookie there.
I only know Lauri Markkanen from the Bulls, but I don't know that he did much with the Cavaliers. But Colin Sexton was, if you've watched Cavs games, the last few weeks of the regular season, it looks like they want Darius Garland to do everything. So, I mean, this is good. Donovan Mitchell's an amazing player. But I was reading what they gave up for him, and I was like, holy cow. I hope that you always hope these guys do what you want them to do.
I think
when you're giving up future draft picks.
I think it was a great trade because also those draft picks that we gave up are going to be late first-round draft picks, which is not.
No, but there's 7 of them. That's 7 players.
They didn't give up 7 picks.
I read 6. 6 for the next year and then 6, I'm sorry,
No.
3 for the next year and then 3 for the next year. Something like that.
No, there's draft pick swaps, and then so we're not giving up those picks. I think there's 2 swaps and then 3 first-round picks. But again, those are like late-round picks because the Cavs are going to probably be in the top part of the NBA for the next few years. They're not going to be a lottery team. So it's definitely worth it in my opinion.
Okay. Well, you would know better than I would. So, I mean, obviously he's a big deal, and Cavaliers are lucky to have him. I love this story. I don't know if we're on TikTok, the Alan Cox Show. I don't think we've posted for a minute, but we're technically on TikTok. TikTok got hacked.
Oh, boy.
Well, I do love these stories because I always put hacked in air quotes. TikTok is a Chinese app. So it's the old we got hacked, and then sell the user data to the highest bidder. And then everybody will just assume that, they got hacked. Or I guess in this case, just hand it right to the Chinese government for people who care about that stuff. But they said TikTok had been hacked, and over 2 billion user records were stolen from these data breaches. But I always think of it, I always take the glass half full approach to these. I genuinely believe more often than not that these hackings are kind of cover for something else because the data is the most valuable thing about these things, which on the one hand is why somebody would want to steal it, but also why a company could easily say they got hacked and then just sell your stuff anyway. I mean, they already were, but who knows? So for people who are way into the ticking and the talking, I don't know.
They say TikTok looks at your phone, like what you're doing on your phone, even when you're not using it. So
well, they all do that. I mean, all the apps. If you don't change the settings, and I think sometimes even if you do, they'll still find a backdoor to do it.
Whenever you use your camera or whenever you use any other apps.
Sure.
But that's what I was thinking.
That's how they sell things to you, is to find out what you're doing when you're not using TikTok.
But I just find it funny that people are like, oh my gosh, the Chinese are spying on us. I'm like, you just don't want the Chinese to spy on us because you want to spy on us. Everyone is spying on us. And
it's not spying. You are agreeing to the terms of
right,
service.
yeah.
It's
no
not,
one's reading them.
It's not spying if you have agreed to it.
But it's kind of misleading. They don't say we will.
It's in the
It's all in the terms of service. There's nothing misleading about it. It's just that people don't read Go ahead, Poundcake. Go ahead. No, of course not. But I don't complain about it either. What I'm saying is, go home tonight, read the terms of service.
I got 3 days.
For anything. Yeah, just for anything.
Facebook, for Instagram, for...
They're indemnified against every
TikTok,
single thing.
any of it,
You know, we were talking about Cedar Point earlier, and I assumed that woman got some money, and people were telling me she didn't get any money when that thing hit her in the head because I assume, I don't have time to do a deep dive on this, but I assume it's because of the back of that ticket. It's like when you go to a concert, a light falls and hits you in the head, read the back of the ticket. Hey, anything that happens to you, we are not liable. I was just saying that I think at an amusement park, something falling off a ride would be considered so egregious that you could probably find a lawyer to get you some money. I don't know if that was the case with her, but TikTok got breached. So.
I want my data back, data back, data back. My identity's gone.
Yes, go ahead.
I just find it weird that literally not one nut, not one bolt can be loose on something so massive as a roller coaster. Like everything has to be perfect for it to work properly. Like
that's why they're always
this happen all the time.
That's why they're always running them when the park's closed too. Like they have to run them hundreds of times to see where the stresses are, where the weaknesses might be. And it is amazing that that these things, you know, these are not tiny bolts and nuts on things. These are massive, massive structures.
You just really have to trust that people are doing their job. And I feel like there's a pound cake in every group of people. So there's like just someone there.
Are you implying that you don't do your job?
I do, but I'm just
because you might not want to tell me that.
I'm doing my job. That's exactly why the phones aren't working. But no, I'm just saying I feel like you have to be really trusting of everyone. Not one person can be like off their game that day. Not one person can be depressed. Not one person can have anxiety. Like we need this nut to be screwed in.
Yeah, but they
properly.
didn't. Well, you mean when they're building them, not operating them? I see.
Yeah. When they're building them, like
yes, these are professionals, and there are literally lives at stake if something. But that's why they also run them hundreds of times too.
So you tell me like Roller Coaster Tycoon isn't enough? You actually have to get like a degree.
Yes, like an engineering degree and some things like that.
That would be mechanical engineering, right? What type of engineering would that be?
I would imagine it's largely that, but I don't know. I knew somebody years ago who was dating a guy who was a roller coaster
tycoon.
He was a roller coaster creator. I don't know that he, he would create things and then work in conjunction with the actual engineers. Alan, I can't believe anybody uses TikTok. People out they damn minds. Well, again, people are bored. People have a lot of time on their hands.
We all use TikTok.
And it also...
I mean, I only post things from this show to it. I'm never on it unless I'm in. We haven't posted in a while. And I guess, I don't know.
But also
it's certainly
TikTok,
not keeping me up at night.
TikTok has, we've been over this. Anything you're looking into, it has it. There's a whole farming TikTok, and there's a whole real estate TikTok, and automotive TikTok, any genre.
But it also gets shared to every other platform. So I'm sure most of the stuff I see on Instagram now is TikTok video. I'm just not on the app.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get pulled into that same algorithm, or that, the stuff on Reels on Instagram or Shorts on YouTube. And I forget which one I'm on. I'm just flipping through them because all of them have pretty much figured out what I like to watch, which is usually like ears getting cleaned out, or I love those.
Ears getting cleaned out.
Earwax removal
videos are great.
So
or just somebody that's really good at a craft, and like showing how they do it, especially if it's like a unique craft.
That's how good the algorithms
I will
are.
watch it.
Because you try to think of somebody whose own likes and dislikes would fry the algorithm. Right? I know that's not a thing that can happen, but just go with me. Like, you are sitting over there going, I like this and I like that. Oh, and I also intermittently want you to send me videos of people having their ears cleaned out.
Yep.
Yeah.
But only if they're really dirty. If they're not really dirty, no interest.
But don't you know that until the end?
Well, no, you see when you go in there and they got a big old dark clump of wax in there.
How
and
does
they're
that
working
happen?
to get it out.
People don't clean their ears.
I was going to say, so you're watching videos of people who have just atrocious hygiene. Go to the doctor, which is not cheap. You know, if you like cleaned yourself on the regular, you wouldn't end up at the doctor having, unless you have some condition, but I bet your ass.
Some of them have conditions, but also some of them, it's just they don't have the hygiene when it comes to ears. They just didn't think about that part of it. And then they can't hear anything. And they're like, why can't I hear anything? It's because there's a golf ball of wax in your ear. That's why.
But they don't clean their ears, is my point.
A lot of people don't clean their ears.
My daughter's obsessed with cleaning her ears.
Dude, I clean my ears.
They make these big, puffy, I don't ever use Q-tips because I don't think you should put those, but they make these ones with big, puffy ends on them.
For kids?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's always asking me for a Q-tip. She is obsessed. See, she's getting some good qualities from me. Obsessed with hygiene. That's it.
They got these ones that have like little scoops on them. I've used those ones before, like the little plastic ones. And you can kind of scoop around. Yeah, it's like a little scoop.
I mean,
just a little tiny scoop.
Scoop chips are made to take giant scoops of
this is like
toppings out. Why you
it's a little bit bigger than, I mean, it is that big. It's so tiny, but it's just something.
It's made from tortilla chips, which is the biggest downfall of the product.
Mm-hmm.
But what are you going to do?
Because you get the salt and the grain and you get everything in there.
Yeah.
It hurts.
It attracts rats.
Your ears start to smell like a Super Bowl party. Attracting the rats.
That's what attracted my girlfriend.
Your Super Bowl party?
She's like, your ears smell like a Super Bowl party.
My favorite time of year.
Speaking of which, by the way, Terry the Goat will be returning for season 4 here on the show. I heard from Al Marcinek out at Marcinek Farms. He's out there. He's our one bureau chief in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and he's had a goat that has given us our week-to-week football picks. Now, this is going to be the first season in which Bill will not be concerned about the fortunes of the Cleveland Browns. Nope. He is an L.A. Chargers fan. What do they say?
Bolt up.
Bolt up.
Bolt up. And I think that's what the Cedar Point says, too, after they didn't have to pay any settlement now.
Bolt up.
Bolt up.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. They're supposed to torque those bolts down regularly, people are telling me.
I guess it was an L bracket, too, that hit, not a bolt.
Yeah, Alan.
Well, you know what I mean, a piece of metal, like something the size of somebody's hand. If that comes off the top rung, you're going to be in bad shape.
Mary, are you choosing another team, or are you just not going to pay attention to
I'm
football?
just not really paying attention. I like Nick Chubb, which is what's annoying, so I probably will watch more of the Browns than I'd like to say. I'm just like, man, I wish he would just pick a different team. I wish
pick a different team.
Seriously.
Baby! Nick Chubb touchdown!
But you weren't like in the Muni lot on a Sunday morning, head to toe orange and brown anyway.
Football's my favorite sport. I watch the Browns every Sunday, to the point it annoyed my sister because she would ask me to do things during Browns games, and I'd be like, I can't. 10-1, you know that this is what I do. I'm sorry, 1-4, this is what I do. I go watch the Browns on a Sunday. I will hang out with you before. I will hang out with you after, unless you want to come to the bar with me or come to my home.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything. So I've always been a huge football fan, but yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm excited because the Cox Out pre-games are starting up. Right down the road here at the Ivy. I do those before all the Browns home games. September the 18th is the first one. What's that?
I said, that's so convenient.
Just to well, he's not going to be working on Sundays.
I don't live down here. Right. I mean,
How's it convenient?
Well, I will, to his point, I'll park here and walk over.
That's what I meant.
It's like a 9-mile walk, bro.
Instead of,
like a mile.
Like 15-minute walk.
Get it together.
It's you get a good walk before you go over and start having some pops. And then I'll walk back. That's good too.
More.
Of course.
We took the kids, me and my boyfriend, his daughter, and my sister and her 2 kids to some indoor play thing on the east side. Play Day Cafe, I think it's called.
Yes, we've been out there.
It's cool.
Yeah.
But I did 1 lap chasing those children around, and I thought I was going to have my heart rate was 167 beats per minute.
I thought you were working out.
I have done yoga one time.
We're working on something. We got something in the.
It's starting this week.
Are you meeting with Ricky this week?
I don't know yet. Okay. We've been talking to a personal trainer on Instagram, but I also have a yoga pass that I bought that I don't use. But yeah, I came back and sat down, and my boyfriend and my sister both looked at me. They're like, "Dude, are you okay?" And I showed them my heart rate. I was like, "I gotta stay out of there. I can't be in the tunnels right now."
Aerobic exercise is not for me. Alan, my algorithm has no clue who I am. I'm not on TikTok or Instagram and haven't liked anything on Facebook since high school. So whenever I watch streaming services, I get ads in Spanish, English. I get them for dating apps, for married couples all over the board. This is my crowning achievement in life. They cannot get a read on me. That's good. I mean, again, if I weren't in showbiz, I would be doing that too. But we all have to be on these things. Alan, my company manufactures high-pressure hydraulic hoses, 50,000 PSI. If we make a mistake, people die. We've been in the business 50 years, no problems. The world is full of capable people, despite what Poundcake thinks. I certainly wouldn't hire him.
No, I'm saying...
Yeah, I don't think he would apply to your high-pressure why can't I say that? High-pressure hydraulic hose company.
Absolutely not. And
there are all kinds of capable people. It's just they're not ones that seemingly get much attention. Maybe that's the way they like it. I would like capable people to get lots more attention, is what I'm saying.
But the world is also full of stupid people. Everyone knows that the world's full of stupid people.
No.
So meet me at the mission.
You get the pistols and I'll get the pesos?
That seems fair.
That seems fair. That's right. Why can't they watch the games since whatever is nuts is suspended? Why not watch those games?
It's about
making
the
a
team.
personal choice.
It's about the owners being D-bags.
Making a personal
Owners,
choice.
And I'm not cheering for that guy when he comes back. I'm not going to, I wash my hands of the team. The fact that they traded for him just
For
made me...
so much money.
so
That's
much
my
money,
thing, that
yeah.
they could have done so much with the franchise for $230 million. And they wasted it for a guy who's not even going to play, 5 games this year?
He's
like
he's going to play, I think, 11-game suspension, so
5
6
games.
6 games,
6
because they're
games.
17 now.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Is it, Alan?
Is it really?
Alan?
Well, listen, maybe you want to point your,
And again, if you cheer for them, that's fine. People always come at me and they go, "Oh, you."
It's
I don't
just
care
your
what you
personal
do. It's
choice.
just my personal choice.
That's right.
I don't want to. I don't want to
Speaking of
support 'em
TikTok,
anymore.
I was reading about, I don't know if anybody knows who Tanya Parzati is. Tanya Pardazzi. Sorry, she's 21. She had a pretty sizable following on TikTok. Her first solo skydive, though, she didn't make it.
Oh.
What?
Dang, dude.
She's 21. This is at Skydive Toronto. She was a TikTok influencer, and this was her first solo jump. And apparently she released one of her shoots too low. You know, if you've ever skydived, if you've ever done this, I did it one time. If you've ever done this, they give you a lot of scenarios, and there's a lot of things, obviously, that you need to learn. There's safety courses, and, you know, I never did a solo jump. I only went a tandem jump, but you have to have all these fundamentals to do your first solo skydive. You got to know the equipment inside and out. You have to know how to jump out of the airplane. That's a specific thing. And she released her a parachute at too low of an altitude. And she was a philosophy student at UT, and she was a semifinalist for Miss Canada. And one of her friends said that she loved anything that was new and adventurous. Her friend said life was too boring for her. So at least she's not bored anymore. But imagine being bored by life.
She's dead.
Life is too boring for her. You know, being alive, not much to it, really. I mean, what else is there?
That's one of those things where when I would date certain people, they would have that fear, like, I don't want to be one of those boring people. I'm like, I don't think boring is what you think it is. I think Mary was kind of that when you were drinking.
I was boring?
No, you were afraid of boredom.
I thought
Of
I
being
was
bored.
a lot more interesting than I was. I thought because I went
Most
out
people
and
think they're
partied,
more interesting than they are.
I'm a cool party girl who's like mysterious, and everybody's so interested in me, and nobody was interested in me, and I blacked out and slept on toilets.
Right. There's no
So-
mystery to that.
No mystery.
No mystery.
And there's girls that I would date, and they'd just be afraid of being like having a routine. I'm like, what's wrong with the routines? Are great.
Routines are scary because it's so predictable that you feel like you're going to fall into a cycle that you'll never get out of. That you're just going to do the same thing over and over again, and then there's no excitement to life anymore.
Right, but those are I mean, at best, they can be temporary, too. You can stop your routines at any time. I mean, I think it's people that don't have enough faith in their own personality. A lot of people should not have faith in their personality, but improve your personality. You can do that, too. It's not even possible.
He's one of those do what I say, not what I do people.
That's right. I'm not nearly as interesting as I think I am, and it didn't stop me. I got to take a break. If you want to text 35192 to do that, you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
657-881-007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Here comes the rain again, falling from the stars, drenched in my pain again, becoming who we are. As my memory rests, but never forgets what I lost. Wake me up when September ends. Summer has gone and passed, the innocent
I'll tell you what, DJ Cummerbund, you cannot undo the magic that he has wrought on this planet. By the way, DJ Cummerbund is opening the B-52's farewell tour, by the way.
What?
They have a, well, because
That's awesome.
here's how I know this, because I had tickets. And it's been the subject of mockery from my wife ever since I bought them. And they have kind of a rotating cast of openers. The B-52s are going to do one more tour, farewell tour. And they have the Tubes on the West Coast dates. Awesome. The date we were going to was going to be Casey and the Sunshine Band and DJ Cummerbund doing those mashups.
That's awesome.
But I ended up selling I finally got somebody to buy these tickets because I bought them rather impulsively a couple of months ago. When they went on sale, I go, okay, this is going to be a farewell tour. I like the B-52s, and so I'll buy a couple of tickets. Now, I'm not going out of town for shows on a Wednesday night. So if it's a travel show, I have to see when they're playing the weekends. They were playing on a Saturday night, October 1st, in D.C. So I buy a couple of tickets, good ones, floor seats, and I tell my wife, I tell Gwen, a couple days later, hey, FYI, October the 1st, I'm going to D.C. to see the B-52s. And she stands there, mouth agape, because I don't think she had ever, in her defense, had ever heard me utter a word at all about the B-52s, and here I was, going to D.C. I said, you don't have to go with me. I'm just letting you know. And she goes, well, no, I'll go. She goes, I don't know if I'll go to the show, but I'll go with you. And I go, well, that's fine. But then it became like, I can't believe you bought tickets for the B-52s in D.C. And as the days went on, neither could I. And then it became, why did I do that? Like if they were at the House of Blues around the corner, that would be a lot of fun. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, I got to unload these tickets. Because when the time comes, I'm not going to want to drive to D.C., get a hotel, it's 8 hours to D.C.
Yeah.
For the B-52s. For whatever reason, it sounded like a great idea in my head. And then I'm sitting on these tickets, and I'm posting them everywhere.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, well, maybe it's too early. People buy tickets last minute. The show's not even until October 1st. So I'll just wait. And somebody finally bought them from me. But it was because it was this thing when we were up north over the weekend with friends of ours at this house, they would goof on me that I bought these B-52 tickets. I said, I want to make it clear. I didn't say anybody had to go to the show with me. Because like Gwen has taken me to see, she took me to see Steely Dan at Red Rocks one year for my birthday. She hates Steely Dan. I said, listen, that's so sweet you would do that. I never asked you to. I don't want anybody to go to a show of a band they can't stand. So that's why I was like, I don't know her thoughts on the B-52s. My thought was, you don't have to go, obviously. I can sell a solo ticket. But the closer it got, but then it felt like I was capitulating.
Yeah, it did.
That means giving in.
But I knew he knows.
I know it from my figure amounts.
Your figure amounts.
Mm-hmm.
So I made the right move, but I wanted to be very clear when we were amongst our friends that it was making it sound like I was dragging her to the B-52s. Because she's like, I'll go if I can wear a costume. She's big on costumes. I go, you can do whatever you want. But I said, it's also going to be kind of dopey if like I'm at the show and you're somewhere else in D.C. Like that's not whatever. Moot point, unloaded these tickets. It was a wash. I figured because it was when I first decided to sell them, I go, I'm going to make some money on this. There's going to be some B-52s fans that are going to want a couple of floor seats for a sold-out show in D.C. It did not work out that way.
No, you didn't
I
make
might
money?
have what?
How much did you make?
I didn't make. It was a wash.
Wash. Okay. Well, that's still not bad.
That's fine. No, I didn't lose any money, but I genuinely thought I was going to make some. Maybe if I had hedged my bets, or maybe if I had been a little bit more daring and had waited until like a week before, maybe I could have. But I didn't want to be sitting on them.
Hey, man, life's
in
a gamble.
October. You're not allowed to gamble.
I said life
according
is a gamble.
to the Ohio State Gaming Commission.
Dude, you want to talk about going to a show that you hate? So we were supposed to. The plan was to take my mom to Pittsburgh for Alan Jackson's farewell tour. She loves Alan Jackson.
In Pittsburgh.
True fans call him Allie Jackie.
You're right, little Allie Jackie. But
Chattahoochee.
But I am going to be in Boston that same weekend, so we can't do that. So my mom, the other day at breakfast, she goes, "Hey, Alan Jackson was a really good idea. Do you know what I want instead?" I said, "What would you like instead?" She goes, "I want to go see Mushroom Head when they come to Cleveland."
Your mom.
My mom.
She wants to go to the Halloween show.
Wants to go to the Halloween show for Mushroom Head. So mind you,
I think we have tickets.
I just bought a box today. I bought a full box. And so she's like, I want everyone who can. Well, it's for her birthday. She's like, I want everyone who can come, as far as like her daughters and her kids and their siblings. So I have 8 seats to go to Mushroom Head's Halloween
Did you know
concert.
your mom was a Mushroom Head fan?
I had no clue she was a Mushroom Head fan.
Okay.
We went to breakfast on, I think, Sunday. And her and my boyfriend
Does
Brian.
she know she's a Mushroom Head fan?
Dude, they went on. Her and my boyfriend are going back and forth about Mushroom Head back to like the 90s.
Wow.
Apparently, she's this huge closet Mushroom Head
So she
fan.
doesn't just hoard stuff; she hoards interests.
I guess, yeah.
Could you imagine if you opened up one of these storage units and it's all Mushroom Head gear?
Memorabilia.
It's merch, it's ticket stubs, it's framed gold albums.
Pictures of her in the band, like hanging out. She's a groupie or something. But that's what she wanted. And I said, "Are you sure?" I've never once in 33 years heard you mention Mushroom Head. And by the way, you were so excited for Alan Jackson. So we're jumping.
Well, you can have multiple.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Steely Dan and Lamb of God. I mean, you know.
So you will see the entire Santora clan in Sweet Box D
Wow.
for the Mushroom Head
Halloween
show.
on the 29th.
Yeah.
I was going to say, don't screw this up. Otherwise, it'll hang over your head like my mom in the Derek Cuff situation.
No, I bought them. And
Doesn't sound like her mom is as petty as your mom, Poundcake.
No, that's pretty petty.
She has her
my
mom.
mom.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah.
But I just thought that I have
Maybe not about
absolute-
concerts.
I have zero interest in going to this show. And she begged me. I said, "What about if I just get you and Brian tickets? Because I think of the entire family, you two are the only two who are interested in this."
Maybe you'll come away a big fan.
That's what
They
Brian
do
said.
put on a good show.
Brian
I
said
haven't seen them in a long time, but I assume it's along the same line.
he said they're awesome and that their Halloween shows are like
Legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
something to write home about. And I was like, "Can we wear costumes? Like, can we dress?" He's like, "Yeah, it's a Halloween show. You can
Yes,
wear whatever you
of
want."
course.
So my whole family.
You guys are going to call me a basic bitch, but I want this year to be the year that I finally see the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
It's not basic.
I don't know.
Nobody wants to see that. We'll get the tickets.
I've never gone. My mom has gone. I think my brother has gone, but I've always wanted to see the show, and it always looks like a good time. And I know
It's the only trans thing people can agree on.
Hey.
They play the same type of music every year, but it's always a sold-out show. And I would like to see
It's also a huge production. It's a great show.
I don't think you'll have problems finding somebody to go with you to see the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
I want a boy to buy tickets for me.
That is your problem.
You hear that, boys? If you're a young boy, get yourself buy a couple of tickets.
I'm going to
for
tell
you
you
and
this.
Poundcake.
I'm low-key scared to see my mom at a Mushroom Head show. What if she's
Why?
like,
This is going to be amazing.
What if she's like so into it and like
She's got long hair, doesn't she?
Yeah,
She's
that's
like,
just
I
like,
want to be in the box. I want to be in the pit.
I was like,
She
dude,
start
you're
moshing.
64. Like, I'm not going to buy you
What's the
general
matter with that?
admission tickets.
She was in her mid-30s when they started. She's trying to regain or kind of re-enjoy her youth.
I'm very
Ish.
not nervous, but I'm intrigued to see what this night brings because nobody wants to go.
Has she seen them live before?
Yeah, she said she has.
Okay, because I've heard stories about past shows with them and where it was madness, basically. I mean, especially because I know your mom's kind of a, religious person and stuff like that. So
Doesn't
it just
matter
seems
when it comes to music, apparently.
I guess not, because like the
Music
I've heard
is
stories.
Music is one of the huge areas of life that religious people tend to take the most umbrage with.
So, and before she said Mushroom Head, the other name that she threw out was Marilyn Manson. I was like, Mom, who are you?
He's canceled. You can't go see him.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying. She said that those would be the two bands that she really wanted to see, and that Mushroom Head was coming to Cleveland.
Could she be, and go with me here, could she be hitting on your boyfriend in a roundabout way?
I don't think so.
She's like, oh, you don't want to go? Maybe Brian would like to go.
Oh, I enjoy Brian.
Oh, we'll get a couple of drinks.
He is
We'll
sober.
sit in a box.
But yeah, so that's where we're going to be. And nobody wants to go, but I was like, guys, it's for Mom's birthday. Just go.
Yes, you're supposed to do things you don't like for your parents' birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I just visit them.
Bill Squire, son of the year.
Did I tell you that my mom wanted to go back to Vegas?
When?
Like after I get back from Colorado. And I'm
that soon?
She wanted
it's
to go,
expensive.
She wanted to go for her birthday. I'm aware. And
when is her birthday?
October 24th.
Hey, come to Mushroom Head. We've got a box.
5 days later, she can join Mary in the box at Mushroom. Now, it's already full of Santora.
Your mom and my mom are the same signs.
They're pretty similar people. No, my mom's birthday isn't until December 11th.
Oh, okay. Never mind. No,
but this is what she wanted. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, no.
That's Roy Wood Jr.'s birthday.
December 11th?
Yeah, that your mom shares with.
Yeah.
My mom called me up out of nowhere, and she was like, so we should go back to Vegas, and this time we don't do any touristy stuff. We just go to the clubs and drink. I'm like,
yeah.
You're not a drinker. We gave you a couple jello shots.
Also,
like,
you think you didn't want to go to the Grand Canyon with your mom. Imagine going to the clubs with her.
Yeah, I didn't even
You think you're going to have eyes on you the whole time.
I didn't even get to do my gay day like I wanted to. Everyone else got a day. My mom got her Jabberwocky show and her jersey, and she got to go to the Grand Canyon and the Hoover Dam and Lake Mead and whatever. My brother did whatever he wanted to do. He just wanted to go out to a different spot, a different hotel, and eat.
Why didn't you get your day?
Because my day was the hardest to rally together because...
No, why couldn't they go do something and you're out there doing gay stuff?
My mom didn't want to go that far off the resort, the gay club. Like, we were supposed to go to this club called Piranha.
No, why did she have to go with you?
Because she didn't want me to leave. She didn't want me to leave by myself.
And I'm gay.
She didn't want you to go by yourself. What about what you wanted?
Wasn't about that.
It wasn't about that.
It's about what she
Doesn't matter.
wanted.
I was making up for Derek Huff, so I was at her will.
I see. You felt guilty.
And she makes me nuts because she has this stupid separation anxiety, and she won't let me leave.
Separation anxiety is a great way that people manipulate other people.
She does it.
She's a grown woman, and you are a grown man, and she has separation anxiety from you.
She absolutely manipulates me.
Right. Is she calling you constantly?
No, but the stuff that she says.
So she's not separated when you're in the area. She just has separation anxiety when you're
on vacation.
Well, no,
I got it.
When we finally do talk on the phone, she's like, "Ow, it's fine. I thought you forgot about me. I thought you're out." She'll say stuff like that, and then she'll say, "So, are we working on the whole grandbaby situation?" I said, "What do you?" Bro,
she knows you're gay, right?
She's well aware that I'm gay. She said, I don't care. I still want a grandbaby. She's like, "You're not gonna give me a grandbaby before I die?" And she'll say stuff like that.
But doesn't she has one?
She wants another one.
She wants one from him.
She wants one from me.
Well, that's a higher confront. I don't know what your mom... Okay.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I said, you're not going to, manipulate me or abuse me the way that you're trying to contort this and make it seem like, oh, well, I just want to see my grandbaby. I'm like, no. What you should say is, I'm going to be healthier. I'm going to, go for a jog. I'm going to exercise. And may God give you many more years. So if I decide to have a child, that will be my will. But you're not going to force me because you want to see what it looks like or you just want a grandchild. She's trying to manipulate me into having one.
Huh. Well, because there's a real easy way to not let her do that.
How so?
Mom, I don't have a surrogate or,
Well, I would just say, I'll have a grandbaby when you drive on the highway.
There you go.
Yes, but then she'll go. She's like, you can't bully me like that. I'm your mom. I took care of you.
And see how I don't like to be bullied either. Set some boundaries with that lady.
I do set boundaries, but she tops them all off because
So then you don't have boundaries.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have boundaries if people are constantly knocking them down.
If I say,
I set my boundaries, but my mom just doesn't recognize them. Yeah, that's not a boundary.
She'll end it with, fine, I guess you just hate me. I guess I can't do anything right for you.
What is your mother, 16 years old?
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes, she is.
This woman's a professional. She's a medical professional.
She is, but that doesn't mean we are her life. So when
that's her fault, not yours.
I understand that. And I want to live my gay life, and she is trying to get in the way of that by trying to force me to have a child.
It's not even getting in the way of it. She completely disregards it. It's not that she's getting in the way of it. She sets that part aside, and you are her son. You're not a fully formed man. You're not a gay man. You are just her son, and she still infantilizes you. So the gay thing, it doesn't even strike me as that she's being disrespectful toward it. She's completely just not even... It's not even like in her brain.
Correct.
She's like, you're my son. I want another grandchild. Go take care of that.
She's asked friends.
Figure it out.
Like, I've brought friends who were girls over the house. She's like, is she going to give us a grandbaby? Like, my one friend who's the blonde, she was like, oh, I thought she was going to give us a grandbaby, but then she moved away. I'm like, can you stop asking all of my friends if they're going to allow me to get them pregnant?
Cody can't bring any friends around because his mom asks all of the female ones if they're, are you going to let my son impregnate you?
Some of them will be like, yeah.
That's an icebreaker.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's weird, man. And I honestly would feel bad if something happened to her. And this type of
oh, come on, you would not.
This type of mental abuse that she has over me. Because if something happened to her, and then I'm like, all she wanted was a grandchild, and I couldn't give her that. Or if I wanted
That's
one.
a lot of manipulation. There's nothing wrong with trying to be sensitive to your mother. Of course, she's your mom. But man, that's not a one-way street. I mean, she doesn't do this to your brother, does she?
Yes, she does.
Is that why he's fat? He eats his feelings?
Possibly.
Oh.
I can't speak for anyone else but myself. But she does it to both of us. And she has a way.
Well, you let her do it.
Yeah, I let her do it. I mean, that's my mom. So I feel like if I yell at her or if I really kind of put her in the place where I think she should be, she gets mad at me and she thinks it's disrespectful.
Yeah, but she'll get over it.
Maybe she won't. She's
then I guess that's her. Right, but what I'm saying is if you were to call her bluff, what, is she going to write you out? You're not her son anymore? Nobody who's that into what's going on here is going to let that go. You just be like, I'm not doing that.
It just, okay. The things that she makes up in her mind, just like how I have with my anxiety. She didn't want me to travel for the longest time because she doesn't travel. Now that she has gone to Vegas and she's like, oh wow, that was so much fun. She's like, we should do that every year. I said, yeah, because traveling is awesome, isn't it?
Right.
Going on vacation is awesome. You should do it once every 20 years.
But now that she enjoys it, she's not so interested in stopping you from doing it.
Yeah. And matter of fact, she gave me money towards Colorado.
Oh, she did. Well, that was nice. She mad that she's not going with you to Colorado?
No, it was more of a birthday gift, which that was a whole nother
all right
thing.
Yeah, because Cody's going to be out Friday and Monday. Good thing, too, because our phones don't work. So,
Hopefully they work before then.
Well, hopefully they don't, because you'll be gone anyway.
Okay.
Oh, you know what I mean? Whatever. Well, that'll be fun. Whatever you got going on.
The people... I need to hang out with poorer friends because they're talking about getting a personal chef so we don't have to go to the grocery store and buy things and cook. And they're like, what, is everyone want Chinese, Italian, or barbecue?
Why not just buy stuff and cook? That's the fun of getting a bunch of people in a house.
That's a
personal
awesome
chef.
They want a personal chef for
Who are these douchebags you're hanging out with? I thought they were friends.
They are friends.
They're all douchebags, it sounds like.
They're all rich.
So what? I know plenty of rich people who aren't douchebags. They just have a lot of money. Let's get a chef. Out here in the Airbnb.
Come on.
It's in Breckenridge. And
what? You don't live in Breckenridge. You're going to visit. Tell them, suck it up. You make a list. You go to the grocery store. And then every night, a different group of people cook. It's fun.
Yes,
there's going to be a grill there probably.
Yeah, there is a grill. There's a hot tub.
Of course.
It's a mansion. But it's just...
That's the fun part.
it was their suggestion, and they came up with it, and I'm just gonna roll with the punches. I imagine I'm gonna get a lot of free things because I'm POOR, and it's my birthday. So
why do you have to spell it?
because I don't want to say it.
He can't even afford a dictionary, Mary.
Can't even buy a vowel, huh?
No.
No.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Listen, it's your life. You should live it however you see fit. And if that means letting other people run the show, then let other people run the show. Speaking of which, I've got to take a break. If you want to text for something, 35192. If you want to watch, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our
35192. Want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Do it there. Thank you so much to Waldorf Dunch, who's helping out in the video department today. I do appreciate it after a long holiday weekend. Guardians will play tonight. They beat the Royals last night. That was good enough to stop kind of a skid they were on. So 8-10 tonight is the second of 3 in Kansas City against the Royals. And you hear it here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app, of course. And if you want to get yourself some gear from CLE Clothing Company, appropriate either for the dog days of baseball or football, whatever you're prepping for, use the promo code BUZZ, BUZZ, and it gets you 20% off the top, whatever you're getting from CLE Clothing Company. If you're doing it on their website, buying there, you can use it. If you're in one of their stores, if you're fortunate enough, I should say, to find yourself in one of their stores, because there's always fun stuff in there, just use BUZZ, 20% off. I got a very nice letter from a member of the Blacklist, number 501 on the Blacklist, who he said, I debated all morning on if I should even send this letter, but I know you enjoy hearing from listeners who have had dreams about you. And he goes on to tell me about the dream he had. I mean, yeah, I prefer it from female listeners, but I mean, male listeners are fine too, right? We're all the same in our dreams. Mm-hmm. We're not men or women. We're just amorphous blobs, right? We're collections of memory and thought.
Sex and lust.
Sex and lust and all kinds of fun things. He says that at about 4:30 this morning, I, a 6'2", 320-pound black guy, woke up with tears rolling down my face because I had a dream that you had passed away. Mm-hmm. Think about that. My own mother wouldn't have a dream like that. I don't know where the heck it came from. It may have had something to do with the double steak grilled cheese burrito I had from Taco Bell before bed. Your service in the dream was a huge event. Have you ever seen footage of Princess Diana's funeral? It was just like that. All of your loyal listeners from everywhere you've been over the years, from Pittsburgh to Kalamazoo and Chicago and Cleveland, stood on the side of the road as your casket traveled through the rolling hills of Illinois. Well, you haven't been to Illinois very often, have you? Only thing I could manage to say through the tears was, "It's not fair." I know this was all a complete figment of my imagination because we know you want to be cremated, packed into a Roman candle and shot over Lake Michigan. But the mind has a funny way of making up stories. Thank you because you've made a huge impact on me in so many ways. I was new to Cleveland 6 years ago, started listening to the show then. Wow, look at that. That's from Dion, who's on the Blacklist. This poor guy has a dream that I'm dead. I wouldn't even wake up from a dream where I was dead and cry. I don't know if it's true or if it's an old wives' tale that everyone wakes up right before they die. I'm pretty sure I've had dreams where I have died. Or at least like...
You're going to die.
Going to die. Or hit the ground. If it's a dream where you're falling. You ever had dreams where you're falling?
Oh, yeah.
Most people say that you'll wake up before you hit the ground because it's your brain's way of preserving whatever. And then you got movies, Freddy Krueger. You die in a dream, you die in real life. Yeah.
And I think certain aspects of...
Well, that's why I never understood
what's the one, the Inception. I think like the last place they were at, they're like, well, this dream, if you die in the dream, you die.
Because they had a bunch of different levels in those dreams. And they were imploding on themselves. Mm-hmm. So as far as Dion's concerned, listen, forget the main point of this. To me, it sounds like a great advertisement for Taco Bell, specifically for the double steak grilled cheese burrito from Taco Bell.
We had Taco Bell last night.
Did you have the double steak grilled cheese burrito?
No, it was our last hurrah.
Oh, good for you.
Before we decided we were actually going to get serious about not keeping snacks in the house, so we had Taco Bell and ice cream.
I thought you guys were already doing that.
We were, but then we weren't. You know how that goes.
I don't.
Well,
But,
you do it, and then for one grocery shop, and then at the end of the week, when you have to go grocery shopping again, you're like, well, we should probably just get some chips. Or
And it's a
Cosmic
holiday
brownie.
weekend.
It's
and-
well, yeah,
and-
no, I
yeah,
get the holiday
seriously.
weekend. I understand
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So yeah, we officially started over today. So last night it was like 8:30. We made a little hummus plate with like veggies and pita and a very healthy snack at like 6:30, and it was like 8:00, 8:30, and we were like, we should probably go get Taco Bell right now. And we did. We had Taco Bell.
We should. Now, what did you get?
I just had 2 soft beef soft burritos. Soft beef burritos.
You know how the tacos, they give you hard beef? I prefer my beef to be soft.
It wasn't even a burrito.
So bougie.
Beef soft taco. That's the order
A
of the
beef soft taco.
Yes, I had
Got it?
2 of those, and he had 2 veggie burritos and 2 bean and rice burritos.
Yep. So it's a very bean tortilla heavy order.
Well, because he doesn't eat meat. So
Right.
anything that would normally have meat, to make a vegetarian, they throw beans in it.
Gotcha.
And then we went and got ice cream after that. But that was it. From now on, healthy only.
Mm-hmm.
He started playing the drums again.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
He hadn't been playing?
He hadn't been playing.
Why is that?
Because we were waiting to get soundproofing up in the room, which did nothing. We put up soundproofing and it didn't do.
Drums are very loud.
It sounds exactly
You have to have
the
a
same.
professionally soundproofed room.
Right,
and you're not
from
gonna
like the ground up.
That's what I'm
in
saying.
the
You're not.
walls
Yeah.
and- So we
Build
put up.
a new room.
Yeah.
I've lived there 6 months. We finally got everything up that he wanted to put up, and he played, and I was like, it sounds just as loud as the first. Honestly, though, it was a little bit better.
Probably doesn't ring as much.
It's like, yeah, it's just deadened. You can definitely still hear it. It's a drum kit in a small house. Like, you're going to hear it no matter what.
Hear it
yeah.
across the street.
Yeah, that's his like cardio, is he plays the drums for half hour, an hour a day or whatever. So he's like, I'm going to play drums more regularly. That's his working out. I bought this yoga pass that I haven't used. We're going to do that.
A yoga pass.
Yeah, it's like a 10-class pass for a discounted price, to a certain studio. So it's like if drop-ins are $15 a piece, then the 10-class pass was $85. So you're like saving money by doing it that way.
Are you concerned you wouldn't do yoga if you were doing it in your house?
I don't try as hard. I know that about me. When I work out at home, and because no one else can see me, I take a lot more breaks. I don't try as hard. I'm much easier on myself. Whereas if I'm at a gym or in a class, I try 5,000% harder.
Because people are looking at you?
Because people can, not even that they're looking at me, because they can see me. Because I don't want to be the one in the class who's taking all the breaks and breathing heavy and has to sit down.
100%.
But you're doing it. No, I understand you think that way. I didn't know Mary thought that way. I mean, you are doing it for yourself. I guess,
Right.
however, whatever you have to do to get yourself to
I push myself
really go balls to the
harder.
wall, I guess that's good.
Yes, when other people are around, I push myself harder.
So they don't go, look at this bitch.
Look at
She's
this fat hoe. Can't even get her legs to stretch.
I
or
see.
whatever.
That is what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Look at this fat hoe.
Right.
Everybody, I assume, by now has seen Taylor Hawkins' kid play the drums.
So heartwarming.
My wife was like crying.
It
watching.
is,
Like,
it's emotional.
He's 16. This is
his dad's
no.
still dead.
I fully understand that, but I mean, the kid's good, and yeah, okay.
But he was playing those drums hard enough for his dad to hear him. That's like
to
what he
hear,
looked like.
To hero.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
My
the whole-
hero,
Yeah.
That got me crying.
It was a
They
good
did the
one.
Taylor Hawkins tribute show, Wembley Stadium in London. They're doing one in L.A. the end of this month. They're doing 2 big ones, and basically everybody showed up to this thing. Some surprise guests, some people that were planned. They played My Hero and Shane. You might have seen some old videos of Taylor Hawkins when Shane was little, like sitting on the side of the stage, banging on pots or whatever, and so Grohl calls him up and he sits there. That's why I said to Gwen, I wonder, what do you think the odds are that Shane will be the drummer for the Foo Fighters? She thought he might be a little too young for that.
I think he could be in a couple of years. And I also don't think they're in any rush to go get back together.
No, that's
but,
what I mean.
yeah.
By the time they feel like doing a full, I mean, they're still, when they feel like doing a full-on thing, they might call him up.
More drummer that's going to come up and play with us tonight. He's a member of our family. He needs to be here tonight with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Mr. Shane Hawkins on the drums. Shane starts this song.
It would be so unbelievable to play at Wembley Stadium, though. Forget that it's like your dad or whatever it is, you know. So Dave Grohl had his daughter sang a couple of songs, and yeah, they had a lot of people at this thing. I think you can stream it. I didn't sit down and watch.
I think it's on YouTube.
I saw the clips everybody else was looking at.
They cut up a bunch of clips that you can watch on YouTube, and then all the proceeds are going to a charity.
Okay, because I think it's on Paramount Plus or something. There's a couple of places you can go. The MTV's YouTube channel, Paramount Plus. They aired a prime time special on CBS on Saturday, but you can get it on demand. And that second one is going to be in LA on September the 27th. Paul McCartney showed up. He did a duet with Chrissie Hynde. They did the song "Oh Darling." He's like, I have never performed that song live. I haven't done it since 1969 when we recorded it.
Right.
We saw him induct the Foo Fighters into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They brought Paul McCartney out.
And then what did they play with him? They played a Wings song, I think.
Jet? Band on the Run?
Be my girl.
I don't remember what they did with Paul McCartney. It was a long night, and I was very high. He finished.
Get Back, is that?
Get Back, maybe? Yeah, that sounds right. Foo Fighters, they did Helter Skelter with Paul McCartney, but a lot of people came out. A lot of friends, a lot of
the James Gang
relatives
I think, showed up.
Liam Gallagher was there. Kesha came out. Lars Ulrich. Grohl played with Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson. You know, they lost Neil Peart. And, yeah, pretty wild. So I think maybe I'd like to sit down and watch the bulk of that. Taylor Hawkins died in March. It seems longer than that.
I know.
But he only died in March. They were in South America, and he went to bed and didn't get up.
Grohl's part of that James Gang show at Nationwide Arena that they're doing for vets.
Oh, for Farm Aid or whatever.
Yeah.
Not Farm Aid,
No.
but like that. It's
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's for veterans.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it's in, November. I was looking at tickets for that. They're kind of pricey, but I still
They are pricey, but I
want to
think,
go.
I mean, charity gigs are always more expensive because they're like, come on, give us your money.
Well, like, the tickets that I'm looking at are already resale tickets, so, I didn't get the first go at them, but they're pricey, but they're not too bad for what you're going to see that night.
Like $500? What do you mean?
Yeah, like around like $400 or $500. And I'm talking with one of my buddies. I'm like, should we just pull the trigger and get these? So we're thinking about it. We got time to decide. But man, it's a crazy lineup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think that'd be a lot of fun. This is also the first year in almost 10 since 2013 that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony is in Los Angeles. They're moving it back. It used to be they would rotate between New York, L.A., and Cleveland, so we'd get it every 3 years. In the last few years, it's been New York and Cleveland. But I think they've been coveting an L.A. spot. So, because the tickets go on sale this Friday. Obviously, you'd be more prone to buy them if it was happening here in Cleveland, but they're letting people know that the Hall of Fame induction ceremony tickets will go on sale on Friday afternoon. And they're going to L.A. for the first time since 2013. Pat Benatar, who's also doing our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Oh.
I heard they added Pitbull to that. Did you hear that?
I did.
That they added Pitbull.
That's awesome.
For
our iHeartRadio
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Did they add us yet?
They added Pitbull. Keep waiting for them to tap me on the shoulder and add us, but no. Well, we're not musical performers.
Right, but I mean just, to attend it, to cover it.
No,
in some
nothing
way.
along those lines.
Even if it was just you.
No.
Oh, well, there's always next year.
But Pat Benatar is she's being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Duran Duran, Eminem, Eurythmics, Dolly Parton, Lionel Richie, and Carly Simon. Judas Priest are getting in, I think, under the wire, like one of those lifetime achievement things or something. You know, there's a lot of like side categories. So Judas Priest is getting in on that. Well, obviously, this show is no different than other ones in that the tickets immediately get scooped up or leaked to secondary, third-party sellers, and then they'll charge you, $15,000 a seat. But they'll show it on HBO, so you can watch it in your living room or wherever you want to. Wherever you decide to watch these kinds of things. I don't know. Maybe go to L.A. What's the matter with that, right?
I'd love to go. I've never been.
You should go. You'd have a good time. Leave your mom here.
Speaking of parents and dads, I met up with my dad on Saturday. He took me to brunch.
How'd that go?
He made fun of, because I wanted to have someplace a little more, like a little healthier. He was just like, where are we going to go? And I was like, because he wants like meat. He's a hearty breakfast guy. He wants, the eggs, the bacon, the sausage, all the fixins. And I was like, I'll go and get like some avocado toast and like some quinoa, a little bit of something on the softer side. And he's like, what's that? So we ended up going to First Watch.
I love that place.
Yeah,
but they're open for like 90 minutes a day, aren't they?
No, they're open until 3. They're open like 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yeah, it's like
they're open.
Breakfast and brunch only. But we got there at like noon, and so that was fine. It's just funny. He's like, yeah, you're an old man now. I'm like, yeah, I know that. Thanks. Talking all
At
out.
30?
Yeah, he was being funny.
No, I understand. I'm just saying seems like...
So it doesn't run in the family.
Correct.
Being an old man doesn't run in the family.
No, I think being funny because I think Poundcake's funny. I don't think his dad was that funny.
I see.
But he cracks himself up, which I can appreciate.
That's always
a lot of unfunny people do.
I would say I crack myself up because I think I'm very hilarious, and especially the stuff that I don't say. The things I do say may not be that funny, but the things that I stop myself from saying, now that's pretty
Why
funny.
are you withholding the funny stuff?
Because it's not radio appropriate.
You could make it radio appropriate, couldn't you?
Nope.
I mean, I think of things all the time I have to amend.
Or there's things I think I'm like, I probably shouldn't say that, but I crack myself up in my head, and then I'm like, all right, well, let me say the watered down version. So yeah, I guess I suppose I do make a lot of stuff radio appropriate.
But you say what you want to on your podcast. You're withholding the funny stuff from that show too? Where you can say whatever you want?
But it's funny, but you can't say whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you're on your podcast or not. There's some things you just can't say.
What is it that you can't say? Like, what do you want to say? What
like making fun of the handicapped?
Curses. He wants to say curses. Dirty things.
No, that's what I'm saying. You could say that on the podcast. I assume if he's saying there's some things you can't say anywhere, it means that they're like socially inappropriate.
They are socially inappropriate, but they're absolutely. And there are some times when I'm like out to eat and I'll see something and I'm like, all right, don't draw attention to it because you're gonna laugh even harder. Like there was this big person that she almost fell, but she caught herself, and she did the same thing that we all do. Was not only was she worried about if the fact that she almost fell, she had to turn around and look to see if everyone else saw, which we did, and I could see everyone else was trying not to make eye contact.
She was worried everybody was going to laugh at her if she fell. There's Poundcake laughing at handicapped people.
And then I was laughing. I was trying not to laugh at
abducted teenagers. Anything he enjoys it.
I was trying not to laugh at my dad because he talks with his hands. Is very Italian of him. He talks with his hands and he points when he talks. So there's all these waiters and stuff coming down the aisle with like trays and trays of food. And I'm like, bro, he's going to hit somebody and he's going to knock the food out and I'm going to leave. Like, he's just like, oh, I'm so sorry. And then I'm like, you know what? All right, I'm about to be out. I'm going to head out. So there's just little things like that.
What'd you guys talk about? Because you haven't seen him in a while.
I don't really remember what we talked about. He mainly talks at me and I just sit and listen.
He talks at you.
He does.
All right.
I was having my avocado toast and he was like making faces at it, and then I'm like,
did you offer him any?
No, he didn't want any.
Oh, okay. No, but I mean, like he just reflexively thought it was gross.
Yes, he
never had any.
Nope. He looked at it and he was like, ugh, And then he looked at like my quinoa bowl. He was like, "What's that?" I was like, I don't know. Quinoa, I think it's a plant or something. I don't know.
Grain.
It is a grain.
Yeah, I ate that.
So you don't even know what you're eating.
He has no idea.
I've had quinoa before. I don't know if it's a plant or a vegetable or whatever, but I know it's good for you.
Yeah.
I can't really get on him. The first time I had quinoa, I called it quinoa.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
I think other than probably Alan because he
knew about it
but,
when he was
Yeah,
6.
quinoa is definitely what I called it.
Quinoa, yeah.
No, I knew quinoa. I've had quinoa before.
But you did have a nice brunch with your dad.
Yes, it was nice.
All right. I'm going to take a break here. If you'd like to get a text for something, 35192 to get me there. If you're listening anywhere on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages as well.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Got another shot for you to go to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's just a couple of weeks away now. They've added Pitbull to the proceedings. We'll fly you out, put you up, get you tickets to the whole shebang, throw you $1,000. Last week to win one of these trips, but there's plenty of them. You know who this is, Poundcake? Voice sound familiar?
Lou Rawls.
Enough with the Lou Rawls.
No, I have no
Everybody's
idea.
Lou Rawls to him.
No.
He knows it's not Lou Rawls. It's a young man named David Matthews.
Oh, I would never guess that.
And he's taking his band out. I don't know when the last time they played out was, but they're coming to Ohio. They're doing one single Ohio date. I mean, they're only doing, I think, September and October. For people who still care about the Dave Matthews Band, I mean.
I think they were here in 2021.
Were they?
Yeah.
They're playing the WSU Nutter Center. What's WSU?
Wright State University? Is it down near Dayton?
Oh, Wright State. Okay, I was thinking Westerns. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they're playing the Nutter Center. So you'll have to hoof it to Dayton if you want to see
It
the
is in
Dave
western
Matthews Band.
southern Ohio, though.
What?
Western Southern Ohio is what he said.
Yeah, but it's not WSO, it's WS.
Western Southern University.
What? I went to Western Southern University. I got a master's degree in packaging and animal husbandry. Anyway, these tickets are going on sale Friday, September 23rd. The show is November 16th. If you like the Dave Matthews Band, I saw them one time many, many years ago because I'm obsessed with their drummer, Carter Beauford.
That's creepy.
He is unmatched in the world of drumming. And
I thought Travis Barker was better than
him. Bill, could you see me after the show, please?
Nope.
What were you saying, Poundcake? You said question.
Yeah, question. Anyone who goes by Dave, does their name has to be Davis or David, or can they just be Dave?
The first name's probably Davis.
You mean their given name?
Well, I'm saying if they go by, like, it's the Dave Matthews Band, but you said David. Like, is anyone who goes by Dave automatically?
There might be somebody that is just named
Just
Dave.
Dave. Like, the people who go by Jim, and they say, oh, it's short, that's short for
Jimothy.
James. And I'm like, why? Where'd you get Jim from James? Or like Tim, and their name will be, I don't know how these.
Timothy? Timber?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Timothy, and call him Tim, I get. But Jim and James, like, why don't you just call him Jam? Like, I don't understand.
Nobody goes by Jam. They go by Jim or John's that go by, or Jonathan's that go by Jack. You got that?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a Bill. My name's William.
Yeah, John.
Nobody ever. I always got that kid. Like, why is your name Bill if you?
And
if
William.
your name's
yeah.
actually William. I'm like, I don't know. They just call me Bill, so I just go by what my parents were calling me.
Like John F. Kennedy, he used to go by Jack. His people who knew him cool, who were cool with him, they would call him Jack. Why?
Well, Jack is a common nickname of John.
Why?
I don't know.
That's how things are, man. Stop
Okay.
asking questions.
I just wanted
You're
to know.
gonna get the Illuminati all upset.
They're already upset with me.
Who is it?
It's me, Dave. Open up, man. I got the stuff.
Who is it?
It's me, Dave, man. Open up. I got the stuff.
Who?
It's Dave, man. Open up. I think the cops saw me come in here.
Who is it?
It's Dave, man. Will you open up? I got the stuff with me.
Who?
Dave, man. Open up.
Dave?
Yeah, Dave. Come on, man. Open up. I think the cops saw
Dave's
me.
not here.
Oh, my God. Classic Cheech and Chong. Tommy Chong, Canadian, by the way. A lot of people might not know that, but he is.
I got the stuff.
I got the stuff, man. The cops saw me coming in. Dave Matthews Band was at Blossom in June. Oh,
okay. So it's this year.
okay. Tell Poundcake quinoa is not easily digested and causes bloating in the digestive tract.
Oh, here we go. I can't do this. I can't.
Well, but that's how people
I
want.
get so frustrated.
But that's what people do when they want to eat a little bit and feel full.
Sure. That's
You guys
fine.
love feeling full. I hate feeling full. Like we were gone for 5 days.
I only
right?
consume 100 calories.
No, it's not true. It's just I just don't like feeling full. I don't like that gross, fat, bloated feeling. So like I've said before, like when I'm on vacation, I actually eat less because I'm just not as tuned into it like at work and everything. What are you laughing about?
When I'm on vacation, I actually eat less.
Well, I do. I'm just saying, like, I don't like that. And it's no fun because, like, you're surrounded by, like, you know, we had 19 people in this house.
Yeah.
7 kids, the rest are parents and adults. And we all brought some food, right? We brought stuff, and then a couple of them went up to Meyer to get some more. So we
Right.
had full fridges and cupboards and all that. And, yeah, I bought a big thing of peanut M&Ms.
Okay.
Because I knew those were going to be a crowd pleaser. And they absolutely were. I was initially concerned. I go, oh, my God, does anybody have a peanut allergy? And no. So, sure, people are walking by grabbing fistfuls of peanut M&Ms. So I'm not immune to that. But I can't sit there and eat like 2 giant hamburgers and like
You don't have to.
That's
No
what
one's
I'm
saying you have
That's
to.
what I'm saying. I don't like feeling. You guys talk about how you eat until you cannot eat anymore because you love your
Only when you're
inside
sad.
hugs.
Only when you're sad. I don't eat like that when I'm
you're
happy.
sad. It's like Bill goes, it's like a hug on the or didn't you say that? It's like a hug on the inside.
Well, yeah, I agree with
Why
that.
can't you get hugs on the outside and eat
Because
less?
there's no one to hug you. That's why you have to turn to food.
He's got a girlfriend.
Pizza
You
will
have a
always hug
boyfriend.
you.
I'm not eating that.
Do you eat less because you have a girlfriend and can get outside hugs?
Yeah, sometimes.
Do
But
you
then
eat
I
less?
just
'cause-
like eating. I like food.
That's
I like,
what I'm saying.
I like eating.
That's fine.
We made a roast yesterday. It was awesome.
A roast? Yeah. Are you a 1950s housewife? I put on a roast.
Don't disparage a roast.
A roast?
A roast can be delicious.
You don't like a roast?
I
It was a good rainy day food.
I haven't heard of someone making a roast in a very long time.
Did you cut carrots into it and serve it with gravy?
Potatoes
And, was this a slow cooker thing you did, or
Yeah,
what was
yeah,
this?
we just slow cooked the roast because it was like we were like, she had off, I had off. I was like, let's just. We were gonna do.
Is she a chef?
No.
How did
the
you
last
land?
one.
How did you land on
a roast?
Let's do a roast.
Because we were gonna do spare ribs, but they didn't have spare ribs at the grocery store, so then we had to pivot to roasts, and it was awesome.
Was it a
Great.
shoulder? Was it a butt?
It
What
was
was
a
it?
chuck roast. I don't know,
Chuck roast.
whatever.
Okay.
Whatever like attaches to the spare ribs is what the butcher told us.
Gotcha.
So
Yep.
it worked out. It was great.
Did you get the butcher's? Did you get his recommendation on it? You walk up and go, "We want to do a roast. Do you have any?"
Well, I said
wanna do a roast.
I asked if they had any spare ribs.
spare ribs, right?
And he
Pivoted
said
to roast.
no. And so then he said, "But you can do." I said, "What's the closest cut to that you have?" And he said, "A chuck roast." And I said, "All right, we'll do that." And we did that.
How
and
long
was
did it take for you
delicious.
to slow cook it?
Oh, we slow cooked it.
You said
in a record amount of time, 25 minutes.
Oh, come on, for real?
No,
like,
you
that's
can't
not
do a
even
roast in
good.
25 pressure cooker.
No, we did about 7 hours.
Yeah.
7-8 hours.
When I used to smoke, I had a bullet smoker, and I used to smoke briskets all the time. You get up in the morning, you season it the night before, right? You wrap it up, your foil, your paper, and you set it on that smoker, boy, and you just let it go all day long. Oh, it's so good. So,
House smelled. Whoopsie kept barking because she could smell it, and she's like, "Hey, there's this amazing smell,
There's food somewhere.
guys.
Someone
Did you
figure it
know
out.
about this?
Right.
and it's also,
I think it's right here. Why aren't we eating this?"
it probably also smelled like your grandmother's house. And nothing wrong with that.
I don't know. We used red wine in it, which I've never made a roast with that because this is the first time I ever actually made a roast. But the recipe that we used had red wine. Like it was good though.
Were you
And it's
constantly?
one of those things where like it was good yesterday, and then we had quite a bit of leftovers, and I was gonna have some for like before I came into work, and I ate like a little bit. I'm like, well, that went. I got my roast worth yesterday.
It
Like,
wasn't good?
Oh, you
No,
didn't want
it was
you didn't want
fine.
a
I was just
pot
sick of
roast
it.
sandwich?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
just
a pot
and that's
roast
what I did is I made
sandwich,
like a little pot roast sandwich, but I was like, I'm not feeling the roast 2 days in a row.
It's just now is the season of like indulging. Like we're getting right there.
No.
And
Yes, it
No.
is.
What are
Go
you
ahead,
talking
indulge,
about?
buddy.
In what?
You know what? It's time to indulge.
You're trying to get $200, I
Trying to
thought.
pay me $5, baby.
No. I'm not trying. I'm not saying for me.
Get that chef. Stop being stingy. Get the chef. It's your birthday. You're 30.
No, I'm saying like we're getting into it's pretty much fall now, so now it's time for the pumpkin spice lattes. It's time for all the candy snacks. Then we get into Thanksgiving.
When is the time of year, just so I know, when is the time of year to not indulge?
Spring.
Yep.
No, because
Everyone's
everybody goes, oh, I've been cooped up. It's time to get out.
everyone's getting their beach body.
And then summertime, oh, you're traveling and having fun and vacations. Let's
You're
eat.
grilling.
And grilling. And
You
then
work during
fall,
spring.
it's
McDonald's.
pumpkin spice. And then we're going to be inside. And then, of course, winter, everybody eats.
Well, yeah, winter is the time.
When
to-
is
to,
the
like,
non-indulgent part of the year?
I would say spring because everyone's working to get the beach body.
So
so
Mary
then they-
said.
Yeah, you're getting your
But you don't get
winter
your
weight off.
But if you've waited until spring to get your summer body, you've waited too long.
But I'm not saying people are working towards that during spring. I'm not saying they
no,
just
you work.
started.
You get your summer body in the winter.
No. 'Cause
Yes.
Everyone wants to cover up with layers so that no one's really going to see it.
That's
you can
why.
dye it
That's
periodically.
why. Because then when the spring comes,
You're like, pow.
yes, you've been covered
You're
up.
ready
You
to
go,
go.
bam!
I know so many
You look like
girls-
friggin' Batman when the spring comes.
I know so many girls that don't even bother shaving their legs. They don't shave any part of their bodies. They're like, whatever.
Some guys are into that.
Some guys are into that.
Yup.
That's a thing.
Some
Mary,
guys want to
is
sleep
that a
next to
thing?
their woman and she's making cricket noises with her legs in the middle of the night. Some
Getting
dudes
cricket.
are into that. They're like, baby, don't you ever shave. I love it. It's wintertime.
There were girls that, and the other girls used to make fun of them because they would tell me, because obviously I don't shave my legs, but they're like, oh, that's just so trite. She just don't shave her legs in the winter. How you just get that lazy? She's like, she's like, bitch,
Trife meaning trifling.
yeah, she's like, bitch got longer armpit hair than her boyfriend. Like,
Dude,
I don't
I will tell
understand.
you, I really hate shaving. It's not like making a statement or
Better get
anything
some
about
nair.
feminism. It's just like I hate it. It's something
Seems
that
like a
I
chore.
don't see as super necessary. Like if someone's gonna be touching my legs, maybe, but I will go in the wintertime, I'll go a month, maybe 2. I don't
My
care.
wife does not like body hair, so she.
I
is
get my
shaving.
Brazilians, and shaving an armpit takes 2 seconds, done, you know?
Yep.
But my legs, where I'm just like,
Why don't you do
care.
nair or something like that?
because I don't care.
Okay.
It's just like, let
Well, that's a
'em-
whole chemical thing too. I mean, I think
you
that's
don't
a
get
little.
burned.
Yeah,
but,
it's a little more invasive. Hey, let me give you this trip here, as promised. A shot for you to get to Vegas. It's your last week to win one of these trips, but you got 3 chances a day. So take advantage of one of these. I hope you win. It's our iHeartRadio Music Festival in a couple of weeks. A trip to Vegas. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. Time for your shot at $1,000 and a VIP trip to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info, standard data, and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Next chance to win is going to be tomorrow morning with Rover. I think at the 9 o'clock hour he does it. And then Stansbury gives you a trip around 1. And then 5 o'clock is when I do it for you. You can always leave us messages. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, by the way, you'll see that little talkback button there. You're always welcome to leave messages for us.
Hey guys, Aaron from Canton. Just wanted to weigh in from Wednesday's show about teachers and supplies and such. Poundcake mentioned that they get stipends. Yes, they do if they're doing extracurriculars after school, but as far as supplies, absolutely not. In addition, Uncle Sam will not let teachers write those items off anymore. So I guess maybe they're letting teachers save that money for their Kevlar vest and their ammo. Love you. Bye.
Oh, that's so trifling. That's so. Why would they not let them write that off?
He's all over trifling now.
Because I just remember that girl saying that, and I just thought it was so funny. Because she's just like,
She
"Ugh."
take my money. Yeah.
But I just can't believe that. Why aren't they allowed to write off school supplies? Truckers can write off the miles on, like, if they own their own truck. If you're buying your own school supplies, why can't you write off the school supplies you
Haven't
bought?
you learned that we don't genuinely care about teachers in this country? The people who we expect to babysit our children? We don't really. By the way, did you see Alex Jones freak out on that kid?
No.
I shouldn't say freak out on the kid. There's a guy that you've seen. I think it's called Channel 5 is the guy's YouTube
Andrew,
channel.
What's his face?
He's a kid that goes around and
Yeah.
like does little man on the street stuff. It's usually pretty funny. Somehow he got Alex Jones to sit down with him, and asks him about Sandy Hook, and Alex Jones Alex Joneses his way through the thing.
Do you feel responsible for what happened to the Sandy Hook families?
Yes, I killed the children.
But beyond that,
I went in that school. I pulled a gun out and I shot every one of them myself. I mean, I'm guilty. It's true.
No, but I mean,
no. Let's just. Do I feel responsible that someone on a bunch of drugs went and killed a bunch of kids, and then the internet questioned it, and I covered that? No, I don't feel responsible, and I don't apologize anymore. I'm done. I don't apologize.
Done what? When did he ever apologize? They had to drag him kicking and screaming into, yes, those children are actually dead. What apologies has he made to people that he wasn't under oath required to make? Anyway, I mean, you see what he's doing here.
Ugh. I killed the kids.
Was there a definitive?
No, I killed them. I killed them.
You didn't kill him.
No, I did.
No, you didn't.
No, everybody said no. I killed
No
them.
one said you killed him.
I killed him. I already admit it. I did it. I killed him. I'm the bad guy. I'm the devil.
I like how he pretends that he's a grown man who pretends that he has no part in any of this. This is all just visited upon him by an unjust God.
Like everyone's piling up on him because
how did I
he
get
knows
sucked
so much
into this? Come on. The internet had questions, is what he says. The internet had questions, and I just reported on that. He's a reporter.
Right.
I'm the bad guy. I'm the devil. Get rid of the First Amendment. Can we move on to the
Is he clapping?
I don't think.
Yes, I am the devil, I think is what he's doing.
Killed him.
He's
First
checking
Amendment killed him. Get rid of the Second Amendment. Get rid of the First Amendment. They're bad. They killed the kids too. George Washington killed him. Jesus killed him. We should rename the whole planet.
I mean, in a way,
everything. It should be holiday.
If you believe that this is God's plan and Jesus' plan,
Jesus did kill him.
Jesus did kill him.
Thanks a lot, Jesus.
Way to go, bud.
Everything. It should be holidays.
Check that plan.
We should bow 5 times a day to New Haven, Connecticut.
Bow 5 times a day for those dead kids. By the way, he cares so little, he said New Haven, Connecticut. It was, of course, Newtown, Connecticut, which is not near New Haven. That's where the school was, but that's how concerned about it Alex Jones is. So I don't know how this kid got him to even sit down with him because they're in the InfoWars studio because all the monitors are behind him. So he acquiesced to this kid coming in and talking. I shouldn't say kid. He's probably 25. He looks like he's 14, but
A school assignment.
Alex Jones is going to Alex Jones.
Imagine bringing that footage in to like whatever college assignment you have. Like, all right, so for my interview,
but this isn't a college thing.
No, he has a YouTube channel.
He's got a YouTube channel. It's called, I think he calls it Channel 5.
Channel 5. Yeah.
And he was all gas, no brakes, but then the media company that owned that.
Oh, right, that guy, right.
And then he's like, well, they weren't paying him right or whatever, so he just went out and did his own thing, and he does interesting stuff.
Yeah, he does.
I want the advanced life extension. I want to go to space. I want to see interdimensional travel. I want what God promised us, and I won't sit here and watch Satan steal it.
When did God promise? Okay.
Remember when God promised interdimensional travel?
No,
Mary?
Alex Jones, I don't.
Well, you're not paying attention then, are you?
I don't think we as humans deserve that.
Deserve what?
Alex Jones.
No,
he doesn't believe we deserve
interdimensional travel. I just feel like.
I mean, I'm unfamiliar with the concept of deserve, but I grew up Catholic. We don't deserve anything. We're lucky to be alive. We're lucky that God doesn't smite us on a daily basis for all of our sins. That being said, I am with Alex Jones in that I would love the interdimensional travel technology, whatever he's going on about. But yeah, interdimensional travel, dynamite.
Advanced life extinction?
Yes. They're trying to get people to live to 200 years old. Wow. They're still tapping out at about 116. But hope springs eternal. All these billionaires, they are convinced that they're going to be to buy their way to immortality, buy their way out of a climate emergency, buy their way off the goddamn planet, something.
It's like that. It's like that movie Time. I think it's with Justin Timberlake and Alex Pettyfer, and all the rich people were like buying time, and all the poor
out
people
of time.
You paid with things with time.
Right.
So instead of paying money for coffee, you paid like 12 minutes of your life.
He tips the waitress with an hour or something.
All the fast food that I've had, it's like makes you out of time.
Well,
you clocking out.
Another sci-fi movie from around that time was The Island, where they had clones that they would use for rich people to get organs from.
Right.
But I think the easier way to do it is you make the clone, let them get to a mature age, then you swap the brains. That's what you need to do. Is you just take the brain that's got all your memories in it, and you want to be able to transfer that into the new clone body, and that is how you're going to be able to live forever.
In Time is the Timberlake
In
movie.
Time,
Out
that
of
was,
Time
yeah.
was an old Denzel movie. I watched In Time on a flight back from Dublin, and it was about 10 minutes in when I was like, oh, this is awful.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Great
couldn't-
premise,
I
terrible
cou-
movie.
Yes, I couldn't stop watching it.
Well, that's how that movie Old was, where it's like the premise is awesome, but
What didn't you like about it? I liked it. Other
Are
than
you
the
serious?
mid-size caravan, whatever his rapper's name was, I thought that was dumb. I thought it was fun.
Mid-size Caravan?
Mid-size sedan was a rapper that was on the
Oh,
island.
really? That was a rapper's
Yeah.
name? There's a movie, actually, that's kind of cool called Duel. You watch Duel with Karen Gillan, where
No.
you live in a world where you can, when you die, your family can, you can clone yourself so that when you die, you're not gone.
That's kind of like the series Uploaded.
Can I clone myself right now, Miriam?
Well, the thing with Duel, though, that makes it funny is she got a wrong diagnosis. So she finds out she's not going to die. But there can only be one of them, so she has to fight her clone to the death.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty wild. I think it's over on Netflix. That Karen Gillan, boy, she's a cutie.
Yes.
Holy mackerel. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to text for anything, 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com. You can leave messages for us as well on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever. make that mistake tomorrow.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch the live stream, thank you to Waldorf Dunch for helping out today. On short notice, by the way, as I understand it. It was a long holiday weekend. And I overheard Bill feverishly trying to get somebody to work in the video department today and landed quite accidentally on Waldorf Dunch.
And threw in a bind.
Dunch in a pinch, I believe is his sales pitch. So thanks for that. Guardians will play tonight, irrespective of the weather here in Cleveland, because they are in Kansas City. 2nd of 3 against the Royals. They beat them last night. That was their first win in about a week, I think. So that was good. 6-5. That's they got swept by the Mariners, but they're a very good team. And I think they only took one of that Orioles series. So tonight, 8:10 on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us, of course, on the app, you can always leave us messages there.
Hey, Mary, the very definition of character is who you are when no one else is around. Bye.
So when you're working out, don't worry about what other people are doing.
No, it's just that
What you're doing with other people.
I feel like, I know it doesn't matter, and I know that people, like in my yoga class, they're focused on their practice for the day. They're not looking at me.
Especially in yoga class where everybody is laser focused on holding in farts.
I don't think that that's as true as everybody says.
Have you ever been to a yoga class where somebody didn't fart?
Yes, multiple
Boy,
times.
I never have.
Oh, I don't think so.
All I'm saying is,
even if they're silent, they're farting.
I try harder when other people are around. 100%.
Well, then I guess that's good in a way.
I think when it comes to exercising,
Good for your
a lot
fitness.
of people are that way.
Yeah.
That's
Not
why
for
you get
your-
a trainer.
Yeah. Or just going to a gym or
But you're
to a class.
But you're training. You're training with a person in a gym.
Correct.
Everybody's looking at you because here's a person telling you what to do.
Right. I've never had a trainer before.
Oh, well, you feel like a child, especially if you haven't worked out for a while because they're telling you what to do. So if you're worried about people watching you, don't work out with a trainer.
No, I'm not worried
she's
about people
encouraged
watching
by
me.
it.
I don't care if people watch me. I feel more motivated to try harder when people are watching me.
Because there are people there.
Right. So I don't care if they do watch me. I'm just saying the
You work
prospect
better in
of
a
them-
crowd.
Yes, the prospect of them potentially watching me makes me work harder. At home, there's little motivation to push myself as hard as I can go.
What if neighbors were able to watch you? What if you worked out at home and live streamed it to this audience?
I mean, I could do that. I could do some
You'd
live
have
stream.
You'd have a hell of a lot more people watching you than you ever would at a gym.
Yes.
And they'd be leaving, I'm sure, very supportive comments.
No, they would not. My belly button
What?
looks like a frowny face, and when I do jumping jacks, it talks. So
Very supportive comments. Nothing but.
Oh, with those heavy sloppers, though, they won't even be paying
They're not
attention
that
to your
heavy
belly
anymore.
button.
They were last week.
Okay, well, then you should have done this last week.
I know, sorry.
Huh.
Maybe
Heavy
I
sloppers.
will.
Okay,
Maybe I
well,
will.
all right.
Who knows?
Well, you've got to do you, right?
Sure.
You figure out how you're going to do it. There you go. There's one slopper. It's Mary stepping in the tub. There's one slopper, and
Those are my
there's
boobs.
the yes. There's the other slopper
Falling
into the tub. That's right. I'll tell you what I would love as a palate cleanser is some hot celebrity goss. I'm not even going to put in the second syllable of the word gossip because I'm so excited. I don't want to waste a single minute of Perez. Are you ready for Perez
Let's do
Bilton?
it.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
That's how I feel. Ooh.
What's up, goss babies? Let's get going with some hot celebrity gossip. Look out, Nick Cannon, because rapper NBA YoungBoy is coming for your crown. The rapper just announced his girlfriend is pregnant with his 9th child. And get this, NBA YoungBoy is indeed a young boy. He's only 22 years old.
Who's NBA YoungBoy?
He's a popular rapper.
NBA, this isn't Midsize Sedan.
No, this is not Midsize Sedan.
NBA YoungBoy.
And according to inside sources.
Yeah. Whoops.
You've got one job.
Just said,
one job. I know. I do have just one job to do here.
Inside sources.
According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
Yeah.
Inside sources have said that in light of the new child being on the way, NBA YoungBoy is changing NBA's meaning from never broke again to new babies always.
Inside sources.
Yeah. I got it.
Britney Spears clapped back at her son Jaden James after Jaden was critical of her mothering skills. Britney said he's just mad that he's only a few years from being cut off when he turns 18 and the gravy train is coming to an end. According to inside sources, Britney Spears doesn't believe in God anymore because of how her family and children treat her. That family is toxic.
Don't.
Inside sources.
One of her songs, Mary. That's probably why you didn't laugh at the joke.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. And finally, Cardi B and Offset celebrated their son, Waveset's first birthday over the weekend. It was a car-themed birthday, and it had Lamborghinis and Ferraris all parked out front, and Waveset made an entrance into the party in a custom remote control car that Offset was driving. And according to inside sources, when Waveset made his entrance in the custom remote controlled car, local police tried to pull him over. Get used to it, little guy.
There you go. That's right. Waveset? Waveset.
This is hot celebrity gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Wow. Waveset.
1
Something
year
you see on a barbershop menu.
Dude, 1-year-old parties, they be jumping, and it's just so mad because the 1-year-old's not gonna remember it. It's just
No,
for the
it's so
parents.
stupid.
Yeah.
My
They get
son,
so drunk.
my son was the only beneficiary of that madness. My wife goes, because the apartments we lived in at the time had like this big, like a huge party room or a clubhouse, right? We lived next to a golf course, big clubhouse. Whatever. And my wife at the time, she goes, I want to do a big thing for his first birthday. I'm like, why? We'll rent out the clubhouse. We'll get a big cake. We'll get all these decorations. Probably a lot of first-time parents do that. And then the second and third or fourth kid, however many you have, they're like, screw it. I'm like, we could get this kid a big screen TV and he wouldn't know.
Yeah, he'd rather play with the box.
Dude, kids
Yes.
don't know anything.
We
But it's
spent
for
like
the parents.
$600 on the, like, we got nothing for this.
I think Cardi B and Offset spent a little more.
I'm sure they
$600.
did.
They had
$1,000.
a custom, or they had like a full bar. They had a seafood bar, and then they also had
For the adults,
a
really.
station.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just their way of like flexing for their kid. But like
Inside sources.
they had a custom. You get a custom denim jacket made
There you go.
for the party, which is pretty fun.
Well, I'll tell you, people who are quickly becoming celebrities, the Corn Kid.
It's calm.
Yeah, we played this last week. The kid's name is Tariq. And he was at a park in Brooklyn with his mom and this guy who does this YouTube Recess Thoughts. Is that what it's called? He was, this guy just fell ass backwards into like crazy viral interview with this kid who's now going by Corn Kid because that's all anybody knows about this kid is he likes corn. He's like, it's corn. They did a song. Did you see the Kevin Bacon video?
No.
Kevin Bacon does an acoustic version of It's Corn where he's just strumming his guitar with an ear of corn.
It's corn, a big lump with knobs, it has the juice. I mean, look at this thing, it's corn. I can tell you all about the And when I tasted it with butter, everything changed. 'Cause it's corn, big lump with mouths and has the juice. I mean, look at this thing, it's corn. I could tell you all about when I tasted it with butter.
It's corn, yeah. Kevin Bacon, bored on the weekend. Yeah. So the Corn Kid is, he's famous now because of that. And I think, there's some people that kind of makes him pucker up a little bit because anytime a kid becomes virally famous, everybody starts to worry immediately about what's going to happen. That's not always the case. Who knows what will
he's
happen?
gonna get addicted to forget the corn, give me crack.
No, not that. Just how people start to treat them. And, people love you until they hate you all at once.
Like
and this
Walmart
poor little
yodel
kid
kid.
is...
Hey, Mason Ramsey's still out there doing
He's still out there
things.
doing stuff.
Yeah.
I think people just more... I would think that when the cycle ends, you'd maybe just want people to forget you're there rather than,
My girlfriend had one of his songs on a playlist.
Mason Ramsey?
Yeah, and she was listening to, singing it, and I was like, are you listening to the Walmart kid? And she was like, no, this is some girl. And I was like, no, this is a little kid. This is the kid that was yodeling in Walmart.
She thought it was a young girl named Mason Ramsey?
No, I don't even think she was paying attention to the name. She just liked the song. And I can't remember what it was called, but
Probably called Famous. I think it's
famous,
I
yeah.
wanna get famous for loving you. Something like that.
Well, anyway, he's doing appearances. He was invited to South Dakota.
Big time.
Big time for him. I'm sure his appearance doubled South Dakota's black population. But they invited him to the Corn Palace and named him the state's official corn ambassador. The department, of course, Kristi Noem, very popular Donald Trump bootlicker, is the governor of South Dakota. And, of course, she was on Twitter saying what a great time he had and blah, blah, blah. The world's only corn palace is in Mitchell, South Dakota. And they invited him to come out. I mean, and that's probably fun.
Yeah.
Trouble is, it's like nobody's going to move past corn with you. We all know when you're a little kid, you tell your grandmother, I like dinosaurs right now. She gets you dinosaurs for the rest of your life. You tell her, be very careful if you have little kids, what they tell people that they like, because anytime there's a gift-giving opportunity, those people stopped then. They're like, hey, you liked spaceships when you were 5? Yes, I'm 40 now. And I don't, So he's going to be Corn Kid for a long time.
The song that she liked was Twang.
Twang by Mason Ramsey.
Yeah.
Well, that kid's probably, I bet he's
45
older.
years old now.
I bet he's a little older. South Dakota, though, if you are learning about things, I don't know if we even have a bureau chief in South Dakota. It sounds familiar that we do, but I don't know if we do. I don't have.
It's just a buffalo named Dan. I know. I messaged him.
Yeah. A buffalo named Dan is up there in, that's our bureau chief in South Dakota. But Kristi Noem issued a proclamation for Tariq's video, and she declared September 3rd as official Corn Ambassador Tariq Day.
Hell yeah.
Again, they probably don't get a lot of black folks in South Dakota, so this probably is jumping on that for a photo op. But he had a good time, and I don't know if it was his grandmother with him or his mother. I don't know. But South Dakota is one of the top corn producers in the nation. I thought it was Bakersfield, California.
Is that where the band's from?
One day the guy on the buffalo was riding around through the forest. He didn't see that Indian guy crouching down, and he popped off a shot. Bang! Fell off the buffalo. Buffalo took off running while the Indian was still reloading. The guy on the buffalo snuck up behind him with a pistol. He was like, hey, you better watch what you're doing. Bam! Guy on the buffalo. Break your gun on the stump. On a buffalo guy, we'll step on your foot. Ouch.
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 Now, again, being pinned to one thing can work for you. He got a scholarship. I don't know for how much, but they gave him a scholarship to learn about South Dakota's agro-tourism industry. I assume that means agricultural, not aggressive. Like
why
a
you shouldn't
really
assume.
agro-tourism.
He didn't say he likes to
Come
grow
to South
corn.
Dakota. What?
He didn't say he likes to grow anything.
He likes to
just
eat it.
corn.
Yes. But he's now the corn kid,
Mhm.
and for however long you can
I prefer
ride
corn
that.
boy.
Corn boy?
I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
Ever since I was told that corn was real, it tasted good.
Did you think corn wasn't real?
But when I tried it with butter, everything changed. I love corn. Corn.
Do you think everyone should be eating corn?
No, not everyone has to like it to be the best.
Yeah.
Everyone just has to try it. Have a bite.
What else are your favorite things?
I play a variety of games. Hide and seek, tag, Neville Lava Monster. Yeah,
Now I'm going to play Hide the Corn.
mostly corn. I mean, then look at this then. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's corn. Look at this.
It's corn!
Because corn is awesome.
Can you describe corn to someone who's never tasted it before?
A big lump with knobs. It has the juice. It's the
Yeah, they're not really growing a lot of corn in Brooklyn, are they? So people go, how has he never heard of corn?
It's not that he'd never heard of it. He just was excited when he found out about it. When he found out it was real.
Yeah, that's having never heard about it before. I found out it was real. You thought it was just something in books, you mean?
Maybe.
Huh.
Or TV shows or something.
Yeah,
and then
okay.
he goes, oh, it's
I thought
real?
everyone was lying.
Corn is
to
real?
me. Yeah.
I mean, hell is real according to
What's up,
billboards in
folks?
Ohio. So
Yeah, hell is real. I love those.
I like the one. There's a Photoshop going around. It's where are you going, heaven or Ohio?
Yeah. Poor Ohio.
Hey, we are here with Tariq,
Hi.
and we are talking all about,
Corn.
again.
What about
Yeah, see, this guy, he goes back to the well,
Oh,
right? He
yeah.
goes, oh, I need part 2 with this kid
Mm-hmm.
because once wasn't enough. Once was enough. He covered all the ground there. Now he's just exploiting the kid. Part 2.
corn? Best thing about corn is the grease.
You want some corn right now?
The best thing about the corn is the grease.
I think this kid likes butter. I think that's what's going on
Yeah.
there. He likes
Yeah.
butter and salt.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you
just-
put butter on.
Happens to be corn.
Right.
Yeah.
Here you go, my friend.
Take a look at this. Corn.
Now
Well,
you don't
anyway.
even like corn on the cob.
Who's that?
You.
I don't care for corn in the cob. I like my corn decobbed.
I don't really care.
I prefer
I'm a
a
corn
cob.
fan no matter what. I prefer peas, but if we're talking corn, cob.
Wait,
Everybody-
you prefer
ever-
peas over corn?
Yeah.
Really?
Dude, I had
Corn
peas.
has no nutritional value, so yeah, I might rather have peas over
See
corn
who you sound
too.
like?
I didn't say anything. I almost swore right there. It almost just came straight out of my mouth. I didn't say anything about the nutritional value. I had peas the other day with dinner, and I was like, man, I love peas. I haven't had them in a
I like
minute.
a snow pea or like a snap pea.
No, I like
Oh,
But-
just like
canned
the little
peas.
well, the frozen bags that steam themselves.
okay,
the
too.
bird's eye. That's what
Yeah.
I had, and then
Yeah.
I put it in a pan once it's cooked to melt the butter over it. A little salt, a little pepper.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't even need to zhuzh it up. Like it's, everybody shoots a load over Mexican street corn. It's
It's
just,
good. It's just corn with cheese
just
on it.
okay.
And that mayo sauce.
It's just okay.
Cotija cheese.
Cotija cheese, and it's got like a little bit of paprika on it sometimes, and it's got the.
It's good, but it's fine.
It's just okay. Yeah,
I love
it's all right.
I'm a big fan.
They're making
Pelota?
they're making
Yeah.
chips flavored now. You're like, stop.
Yeah, I like peas better.
I haven't had just like frozen peas or can you get just fresh peas?
Sure.
Where they're like little though?
You get them in the pod.
No, I don't. He's saying depotted.
I want them with no
Just
pod.
the peas, no pod. Fresh peas, no pod.
I mean, I think you'd have to have someone depot
I'd have to
them for you
depot
if
it.
you really wanted
Yeah.
them truly
Yeah, I don't think you can do
fresh. But to my point, and you can make fun, but why would you eat anything that had no nutritional value?
that. Have you heard of
'Cause it
Fruity
tastes
Pebbles?
good.
Well, no, I'm just saying corn, it comes out the exact same way it went in because your
No.
body doesn't do anything with it.
It absorbs the outside, or I'm sorry, the inside. The outside is the part that comes out.
You don't poop corn husks. You poop the whole
Who's
kernel.
eating a corn husk?
No, I'm saying
The
you
little the outside part
outside part what?
of the seed. Do you know what I'm talking
The
about?
husk?
If you grab, No, a husk is the outside
No,
of
no,
the
no.
actual
The
cob.
Well, but also the outside of the kernel. You could also
It's called
call
a
the
husk?
I mean, the outside of anything. You never. You
Well,
wouldn't.
I'm
you
saying
don't.
is I like to
squeeze
decorate
it.
my dump with a little bit of yellow. So I like eating corn for that reason.
I mean,
and then I also think it tastes good.
You take orange husks off, don't you?
No. You're alone.
You don't dehusk your apples?
I don't dehusk my
Oh,
apples. I eat
boy.
right through that husk.
Ah, that's pretty good. I did. I don't know if I sent you guys a photo. I did post.
Your naked banana.
Yes,
I
my
saw
naked
it.
banana. Yeah, over the weekend because I had a handful. I wasn't going to eat like bacon and waffles and stuff when everybody was cooking breakfast.
God, you're such a party pooper.
I'm not a party pooper. I didn't tell anybody to not do
No,
anything.
but they're cooking bacon, and I can see them. They're sizzling, and it smells good. And they're like, Alan, how many pieces? And
Nobody
you're
said
standing
that.
in the corner with your naked banana.
Nobody said that.
Nibbling it, saving
No.
half for later. Like, oh, none for me, please.
There were 19 people in the house, and I thought that's more bacon for everyone else. 7 kids, right? So there were plenty of bananas, and they were gonna, bananas go.
Yeah. And I was like, just so you guys know, when I'm on vacation, I eat less.
I didn't say anything to anybody. If anybody asked me if I wanted something, I said no, thank you. If it was something I didn't want, but banana.
What did you accept?
I had a lot of bananas. What's that?
What did you accept, food-wise? What was offered to you that you said, oh, yeah?
Well, I had a hamburger one night, and then we made you get those Boboli pizza, those. We made little pizzas or whatever, for the kids. And I had a piece of something my wife made, but she didn't like red sauce, so she made it with the dill spread or something. It was good. It was good,
But that's not what you want when
I
you want
didn't
pizza.
know it when I took a bite.
Bill's one of those. You're a wild card where you say, I'm getting pizza. There's a 50-50 shot it's showing up with white sauce.
White sauce.
And ruining my night.
Or
But
no sauce.
but
Stop
here's the
it.
thing.
It's
I'm
garlic,
never
butter,
getting.
and spinach.
I'm never
Stop
getting
it.
just that. I would never just get that. I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna get a variety of pizzas. You're not gonna
A variety of
sauce isn't
pizzas.
pizza.
You're gonna find some pizzas that you like.
We were like,
a white sauce.
I like a savory pizza. I'm like, what? Pepperoni's not salty enough for you?
Right.
I need,
Cream
no.
cheese.
Come on. Pepperoni, green pepper, done. Do that. What do you think you go over to Italy? What do you think they're doing?
No, they do
I don't-
white pizza.
They go, and shut up, but you wouldn't know.
Then do the olive oil,
You shut at your face.
Alfredo.
My Uncle Alfredo. Oh, God, there's some TV commercial. I think it might be Olive Garden or somebody's doing like Alfredo Fest, and it's these close-up,
Dude.
slow-mo Alfredo pouring out. I'm like,
Are you ready for this?
This is so nasty. I hate that.
gross.
When we used to go to Olive Garden, my dad, who, yes, was almost 400 pounds and diabetic, he would order an extra side of Alfredo sauce and drink it from the gravy boat.
Drink it?
So he would take his breadsticks and
I mean, he
dip
didn't
it
get
in
to be
there.
almost 400 pounds by not drinking Alfredo
So
sauce.
he would take his extreme garlic breadsticks, how he ordered them, dip them in his gravy boat, his own gravy boat of Alfredo sauce. And when it got down to the last little bit, he would tip it up like a bag of chips and he would just dump the rest of the Alfredo sauce into his face.
I mean, Gaffigan does that old bit about the guy walking around drinking a cup of KFC gravy.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, Dad, man, come on, dude. You gotta.
I envy those people who are like,
They don't care.
I'm doing what they're
Be one.
they're living life to the fullest. I mean, to the shortest, but to the fullest. I'm going to break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch, you can
the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Song's got a long front on it. I always forget, but it's. I wonder if Poundcake knows who this is. Even before the singing kicks in, you might know. I mean, if the the singing's gonna clue you in, but we play this song on WMMS
every 20
multiple multiple times a day.
Let's do it like this.
I'm sure that's not going to help. I'll give you the name of the song.
Okay.
It's called Enter Sandman. It's about
It's about the new Netflix show.
About an attorney. Enter Sandman is the song. Does that ring any bells?
No. I do recognize the song, though.
You've surely heard us play it before.
Yeah, I've heard
The song is Older Than You Are.
Maybe you remember my... Oh, I almost gave it away.
Oh, your Mushroom Head.
Let's go eat some Peter Pan.
No. Is it Mushroom Head?
No.
Oh.
No.
Think of my name.
Mary?
Mare.
That's not going to help you. Just listen to the show.
Metallica is the band that we're looking for.
Metallica.
And the song is called Enter Sandman. It is the opening track on the Black Album, which is 31 years old. And I was reading an article that I thought was very strange because it said that, listen, everybody's got to study something, but a study found that Enter Sandman is the most misheard song in the United States. We've talked about this before and had a good run with it where people mishear lyrics, and it's a lot of fun when they go, oh my God, that's what they say?
I thought Sad Patrol was more
yeah,
misheard.
Sad Patrol.
Sad Patrol.
The most misunderstood or misheard lyrics in the United States are Enter Sandman. What surprised me is the word enter is in the title of the song. So when people sing eggs and light, end all nights, that's not what the eggs? I mean, at least enter. You could, context clues could figure that out for you. Is it called mondegreens? There is a word for it. Mondegreens is a word for misheard lyrics. And there are books to this effect. I've got a whole bunch of them that I've had over the years. There's one called Excuse Me While I Kiss This Guy. That's the name of the book.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix is the one who did that, yes. Metallica's Enter Sandman being the most misheard of all the tracks in the study that they did. The Motto by Drake was in there too. 7 Rings by Ariana Grande. Smells Like Teen Spirit from Nirvana. But not Eggs and Light. I wish they had given examples of the other lyrics. Modern classics that are most heard. EDM fans are most likely to prefer their misheard lyrics to the original song lyrics. Yeah, that's why EDM artists aren't spend a lot of time writing lyrics. It's the music. Enter Sandman, the most misheard song by Americans. I wish they
now
were.
all I hear is Eggs All Night.
Eggs All Night, exit right. Yeah, I wish.
Was this in Grand Theft Auto, Vice City?
Maybe.
I feel like they have all those like older bands.
Yeah, I mean it could be. I don't remember that game that well. It's been a while.
They had Welcome to the Jungle. Who's that by again?
Guns N'
You
Roses.
tell me. Okay.
Sorry.
Ew.
Sorry.
Van Halen, Running with My Billfold. That's one. Billfold. What a great late 70s word. I lost my billfold. ZZ Top, Everybody's Crazy About a Shot Glass Man. Steve Winwood, Higher Love.
Well, they
Bake me a pie of love or bring me an iron lung. See, these are fun because the next time you hear the song, you can sing these.
Love it.
Yeah.
Bake me a pie of what?
Bake me a pie of love or bring me an iron lung. I can light bananas with my nose on fire. Another part of that song there. So very entertaining there. But Metallica's, and of course, when it comes to young Cody Brown, you don't know who sings it, don't know what they're singing.
Again, it's like
I want a piece of bacon.
I really wish I could delineate which one was which. They all do sound alike to me, and I know rock people. I drive them nuts, like they pull their hair out or whatever when I guess these names. But in all honest to goodness, like I really do not.
Well, you're not a
difference.
rock and roll aficionado.
But
in fairness to you,
the fact that we have played rock and roll songs back to back, and I would think that is literally the same vocals.
again,
that was on the
I'm
previous
with
track.
you. I would think that one or two things might have gotten through by osmosis, but once in a while you'll nail it, and I don't know how you do that. But
I don't
once in
know
a
why
while
either.
you will nail it. He'll go, "Oh yeah, that's Blue Oyster Cult." You'll be like,
What?
That's Manfred Mann's Earth Band.
But it's
what?
always, it's never for a reason why you think. It was always in like some type of porn or something, or there like however it has to be in a pound cake way of
It's gotta
remembering it.
Enter your lexicon
on his terms.
On his terms, and it's got to be
so
something that he
and so's-
cares about.
Right. It's like
Because-
an NBA player's wife's cousin who runs a show on
Yeah.
E. She was a producer on this, and she's married to that guy from the band. Yeah, Blue Oyster Cult. We're like, what
Yes.
are you talking about?
6 degrees of his
Like-
synapses firing in a different way.
Like Rod Stewart, I know him because his daughter used to date this guy in a band called Swayze, and I know that.
But that doesn't right. You know who he is, but you don't know any of his music.
There was like Rod Stewart?
Correct.
Oh yes, correct.
That's what I'm saying. Like you go, oh, I know the name, but I couldn't name you a song.
And I like know the scandal about him. Like he almost married a drag queen or something, or he was like bi or something. I forget.
With that hair, that's crazy.
Because people are pointing out in the text, Poundcake did just in fact pull out delineate.
No, did I use that before?
I know, but you've used it a couple of times properly. That's what I'm saying, though. You'll just whip something out.
And everybody be like, what?
And that's what makes That's what makes people's heads
No.
explode.
Well, I thought the fact that I'm almost 30 is time to put some big boy pants on. No.
Now, 30.
Yep, I'm just gonna start now. Clean
Yeah.
slate.
Oh. Well, it's funny because at this wedding we were at, they do and it was in, Bill was at my wedding. It was in a place very similar to where we got married. We got married in kind of this art gallery, warehousey type place.
Super
Very industrial.
In Chicago, yeah. And
bougie ass wedding.
my wife's cousin got married in a similar place in Grand Rapids. It was just an industrial space that they use for events. In fact, 2 of the people who attended her wedding had their car stolen from right out in front of the venue.
Nice.
They were parked on the street, about 2 cars, because we went with my wife's dad and stepmom. So we went in one car, but we were parked 2 cars behind them on the curb. It was just street parking where we were, and it was out of downtown. I mean, it was an industrial kind of area. And word started to get around towards the end of the night. These 2 people came out. Everybody's been drinking a lot. For half a second, they were like, oh, maybe we parked somewhere else. Nope, car got stolen.
The ghetto.
I rode the elevator in the hotel down with them completely coincidentally the next morning, and they were like, I don't know, his wife was arguing with him about food or something. He goes, honey, we have bigger things to worry about right now. Our car got stolen outside of a wedding, which is not what you want, quite frankly, because, that's why we had Ubers for everybody. Because we're like, yeah, where we are, you don't want to park. You have to walk back to your car and whatever. But anyway, I'm not sure what's worse, how Alan pronounces Enter Sandman or the fact Cody doesn't know who Metallica is.
I didn't say I
It's
didn't
okay.
know who Metallica is. I can't tell.
You can't tell what songs they sing.
Yeah, they all sounded like Guns N' Roses, Korn. I know this is deep dive, but I'm just saying like Korn. All of these artists, all of these bands sound alike to me. Their vocals it may not be the same genre.
I understand.
It still sounds alike. Like today, all pop music sounds alike to me. I don't know who's an Olivia Rodrigo or Haley Steinfeld or any of them. Billie Eilish, they all sound the exact same. So
I think Billie Eilish sets herself apart.
I do
No,
too.
she doesn't.
And fortunately, none of that will change your life one iota. So that's a good thing.
This popular genre, this 6-letter genre, this genre.
You can leave us messages on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. That is still there for you.
Hey, I hope I'm still calling the After Hours line. I love the show. Random Matt here.
Baby in the
Alan,
background.
I'm actually calling to call you out on your super sperm. Just because you pulled the goalie and your sperm worked doesn't mean you have super sperm there, bud. Just a thought. I hope I get a hold of you guys and we can talk more about it later.
Talk more about it later.
Super sperm.
How dare you, by the way? How dare
you?
That's right. How dare you? You don't know the state of my sperm.
Does this guy have some sort of inside information?
Alan Cox. Super sperm.
He does not.
Some inside sources on your sperm and
He
how
does not.
and the vitality of it.
Nope.
What makes your sperm super is what I think he wants to know.
Because what he's leaving out is the first time I pulled the goalie each time, my wife got pregnant. You can't leave that part out. It's germane to the conversation, if you will. So the reason that I have super sperm
think it's
is
Tito to the conversation.
any time I pull the goalie and the wheels are in motion to get myself snipped, hopefully by the end of 2022. Wow. But the first time I pull the goalie, it's a direct hit. I'm Luke in the X-Wing on the Death Star, baby.
Good job.
Using
That's
the
me.
Force.
That's
the
right.
stuff that I feel like I'm missing out on. I want that experience. I want to know if I have super sperm, and I'll never know if I don't get a woman pregnant.
You're not missing out on it. You want to know if you can get a woman pregnant. I'm pretty sure you
I'm talking
can.
about on the first time. Like, I want to know.
You can just go, you can just have sex with a woman.
Just go impregnate somebody.
Or
At their
you
will.
could just get your...
At their will, yes. Correct.
That's a way different way of saying consent. At their will.
At their will, while they're reading their will, try to get them pregnant. After they've passed.
I've been doing a lot
You
of
get
reading.
a sperm test done. Like you could get like a sperm count if you wanted to.
Check
Go
your
to
mobility and your motility.
Yeah, go to a fertility clinic.
Okay, yeah, I'm just
And
curious.
that costs money he might not want to spend.
He's saying
he wants a
this.
lot of things.
It's
Maybe
within his
I-
grasp.
Well, like I said, I always said I wanted a kid for vanity reasons. Like, I want to see what the other me looks like. Maybe a woman who can't find a husband or can't get pregnant. I'll donate my sperm. She can do whatever she wants with it. I just don't want to have to pay for it. And then, I just want to see it. Like, I don't know. Like, see it at 8, see it at 18, see it at, 25. And then I'm like, okay, cool.
When they go through those books at the sperm bank, right? When people are trying to pick out what they think will be the most effective. Oh, we've got a rocket scientist here. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, he comes from good stock. So he says in his application. Well, what else do you have? Well, I've got a 30-year-old radio phone screener who's gay. How do you feel about that? Let me see the rocket scientist again.
His name's Poundcake.
And what if you have that kid and ain't nothing to look at?
Well, that's not my kid. I mean, biologically, it's my kid, but
That's what I'm saying.
He would disown it. He would disown an ugly kid.
You have to.
I don't have that.
You have to accept the possibility that you will have an unattractive child.
Man, that would be
Every
hard.
parent goes into that going, boy, I hope that this genetic bouillabaisse mixes up in a way, because you can have we've talked about this, you can have a couple of hot parents and the wires just get crossed, boy, and that kid comes out looking weird.
They use
and then you have
on themselves.
Well, you have you got no control over where you come from, and then you can have a couple of parents who are nothing to look at and they crank out a looker.
Poundcake, would you rather have...
It's the miracle of life.
Okay, would you rather have a kid that is dumb and hot or smart and ugly?
I like how he pretends to think about it.
Smart and ugly.
Hey!
No, you wouldn't.
I would.
Why? That goes against everything you believe in.
Exactly.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have to do much for it. It would learn the hard way. It would learn things
I wouldn't have to do much for it, is his thought. He goes, that'd be easier on me. I'd have to do less as a parent.
It's used to being on the fringes of life, and it learns very fast, and it's intelligent, and nothing is handed to him. So, or her, or they.
Wait, what are you saying? You're throwing a bunch of words together, and I don't know what any of them mean.
The child would grow up, not with having anything given to them. Like, hot people have it easy because they're better looking, they're treated better.
So you wouldn't want your kid to have it easy.
No, but smart people, there's also a version of that for smart people. There's also a version of that for smart people because there's always somebody smarter than you. So if you grow up smart, you don't have to do a lot of work either. I mean, I'm thinking academically, right? You get to college, and there's a lot of people smarter than you, and you go, oh.
Yeah, but
I'm not used to. There's
Yeah, and with that, I feel like you have to prove yourself. And
well,
you have
then
to work harder.
Right.
Ugly and smart people, I feel like work harder. Good looking and dumb people, a lot of people were just like, all right, well, clearly you're not getting this, but you're very cute. So just you marry rich or you hang on till someone knocks you off. Like I feel like uglier people have worked harder. They have better opportunities. Because they've worked for them and they can sustain a career because...
Well, working harder doesn't mean you get better opportunities. It just means that you work harder.
Yeah, but they got to outdo, the hot guy next to them or the hot girl next to him that's just going to bang for the job, and they'll get the job, but...
Does Cody think it's 1985, like, all the time?
I don't know what he thinks.
What? You think
Which is weird because he wasn't around for it.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know what he thinks.
Well, you asked me, and that's what I said.
No one would argue with you that attractive people have an easier time of some things.
Sure.
Right? But
I feel like
there's also you have a limited time to do that.
Attractive.
To be attractive, right?
It's like
your
Moira
brains
Rose.
can get you a lot farther. I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying. The uglier person works harder.
Right, you want him smart. You want your kid smart and ugly. Gotcha.
They have street smarts, and they will work for what they have, and they will have a greater appreciation for the things that they have versus hot people. They get opportunities handed to them, and people treat them differently because they're hot, not because they're smart. And I know because I've done that. I've treated people that like dirt who probably deserve better. And hot
dirt.
And
he treats people like dirt.
And hot people.
See, I love this because that's the unvarnished. He goes, yeah, I know. I've treated people like dirt because they weren't good looking.
I'm like, oh, hi.
You also know you would. I mean, he basically said this. He would treat his smart, ugly kid way worse than his hot kid.
Not true.
No, you just said you're like, they'll figure it out on their own.
That's right. That's less work I have to do.
They're used to being on the fringes.
He's
of
always
life.
concerned about doing less work. What's the scenario in which I will have to do less? He's a real go-getter. All right, well, good. Well, we've learned something about you.
Talk about my babies.
You've treated people like dirt. Yeah.
These are my babies.
What are the Tyler and Taco? What are their names?
Gordy
and Lupa, yeah. Or Jeremy and Jamocha. Or
I said Landon, Lucas, and Logan.
Landon, Lucas, and Logan. He's like Nick Cannon for hypothetical kids. All right, good. I got a break here. You want the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192. You got Guardians baseball tonight, not until 8:10, but it's happening against the Royals in Kansas City tonight.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
This is Clay Travis. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
Jack Conklin's listed as the Browns' starting right tackle for Sunday's opener at Carolina. He's trying to make himself ready after rehabbing from knee surgery. Cards go for back-to-back wins tonight in KC. Cleveland snapped a 5-game skid last night and reclaimed first in the Central. And YouTube sensation Jake Paul will step into the boxing ring against former UFC champ Anderson Silva. Paul fights the 47-year-old MMA legend in October. I'm Scott Davidson.
Staples has everything you need for school at prices that won't hold you back. Right now, Crayola 24-count crayons, Staples comp books, and 2-pocket polyfolders are just 50 cents each. Offer ends 9/10, limit 30. This year, go forward to school with Staples, the working and learning store.
Bud Light Seltzer Sessions presents the Black Keys Dropout Boogie Tour.
Friday, September 9th, Blossom Music Center.
They wanna get my gold on the ceiling.
The Black Keys. With special guests, Band of Horses. And Early James. Friday, September 9th, Blossom Music Center. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The Black Keys, live and loud, presented by Bud Light Seltzer Sessions. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2022 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Seltzer, registered trademark, IRC Beer, St. Louis, Missouri, 63118.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Welcome to the fake, not so fake, Roke Trem radio show. I'm here with part of the Calvetta family. Hello, Austin.
Why don't we talk about how nice the stores are? And I think people should come in and see how much time and effort that we